Chapter 40, 324. Zhen-yi, the number of people in the Tian-yi race is not 1 billion, but 2 billion. Guan-ing corrected her and said, I think it's more than that because even the Tian-yi race can't count that many people. Moreover, their reproduction speed is very fast. That Yan-qing must have been sleeping in the shuttle for many years. The number of people he knows should be the statistics before he fell asleep. The Tian-yi beastmen were many times more than the Tian-yi race, causing the Tian-yi race to have no space to live. Thinking about the impending arrival of the countless Tian-yi beastmen, Xin Xiang felt a lot of pressure. Facing a large number of Tian-yi beastmen, what could the Six Paths Sacred Gate do? Do you think the Six Paths Sacred Gate knows about this? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said, When the time comes, which side will the Six Paths Sacred Gate stand on? Will they ally with the Tian-yi race, or what? With their little ability, the Tian-yi race shouldn't be interested in them. Shanxiang said, I guess that the Six Paths Sacred Gate will hide or sweep through the major forces of the Saint Profound Star and hoard resources to get through this chaotic period. Then what should we do? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch looked at Shanxiang, the Scarlet Dragon Divine Lord. The Scarlet Dragon race was still too weak. They couldn't even defeat the Six Paths Sacred Gate, let alone the Tian-yi Beastmen. Right now, they only hoped to survive this disaster. They weren't afraid of death, but they didn't want to die in vain. Try your best to dig out the heavenly jewels of the Scarlet Dragon Island, Xinxiang said. After you dig them out, leave the Scarlet Dragon Island and head to the Great Kuin Sect. The Great Kuin Sect has a very powerful barrier. I hope it can hold on for a while. Guan-ing nodded and said, We can build a teleportation array inside the Great Kuin Sect and connect it to other stars. We can transfer it in a short period of time. All right, let's start digging for heavenly jewels now. Now that the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch had a goal, he immediately looked very motivated. Shanxiang felt a little apologetic. After all, this was the Scarlet Dragon race, a powerful dragon race created by killing the Scarlet Dragon. Now, they were actually miners digging for heavenly jewels. But right now, Shanxiang could only do this. He needed a large number of heavenly jewels to activate the Six Realms Mirrors. At the critical moment, the Six Realms Mirrors could save lives and reverse the situation. He had to ensure that he had enough heavenly jewels. What about us? Shanjini asked. Are we returning to the Great Kuin Sect or going somewhere else? Of course we're going there. Shen Xiang pointed in the direction of the Heavenly Nightmare Imperial Tribe's flying shuttle and said, The Heavenly Nightmare Beastman's gate has a slaughtering red dragon soul. I want to take a look. The slaughtering Scarlet Dragon had told Xinxiang before that she had released her soul to investigate, but in the end, she could not return. However, she was sure that part of her soul was still there. After seeing Xinxiang take the giant dragon egg and escape from the core of the earth, Shinjini was not worried. Let's go now. The door of the heavens' oyster orcs should not be open yet. If there is anything below, we can take it before they do, Guan-ing said. She also knew that the slaughtering Crimson Dragon Soul was very important to Xinxiang. Dragon Lord, I wish you all the best. We will do our best to dig out the heavenly jewels of the Scarlet Dragon Island, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said. Thank you for your trouble. Xinxiang nodded his head. Don't be too afraid of those Tian-ho race people. They can't fly. If there really is a conflict, you can just fly. After warning the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch, Xinxiang immediately left with Guan-ing and Shinjini. The Six Realms Mirrors flew towards the depths of the Azure Sea. Previously, Shen Tianhu had told him that there was a slaughtering red dragon soul under the Azure Sea, and that there were some secrets hidden there. The people from the Six Sacred Gates and the Six Clans of the Life Spirit had gone to that place to explore for a long time. Now, it seemed that it was to build a spatial gate. The Scarlet Dragon Island should have been used to cover up the gate after it was built. However, the slaughtering red dragon chose the island and stole an egg to press on top of the gate to absorb the power of the heavenly nightmare. Otherwise, the Tianhou race would have come over a long time ago and prepared in the sacred domain. On the Six Realms mirrors, Shen Xiang took out the communication talisman and contacted Tianmu Palace Mistress. He wanted to tell Tianmu Palace Mistress the news here. Big Sister Mistress, how is Tian Clan's mother now? Has she woken up? Can we communicate? Shen Xiang asked. Not yet. How's the situation on your side? Tianmu Palace Mistress said, I haven't been able to contact you guys recently. I'm worried to death. There's a problem with the space in this place. Only I can contact you. Shen Xiang said, I've encountered something big here. He was indeed able to contact Tianmu Palace Mistress through the Six Realms mirrors. Tianmu Palace Mistress was now listening to the news that Shen Xiang had sent her. It was mainly about the Tianhou race and the Tianhou orcs. After hearing this, Tianmu Palace Mistress felt extremely terrified. Chapter 43:25. Shen Xiang was also terrified when he thought about it. Didn't the 6 races of the life-soul realm agree to let the Heavenly Ho race fight against the Heavenly Ho orcs? Why were the 6 races of Fate Soul secretly helping the Heavens Oyster orcs? This meant that the Life Soul 6 great clans did not want the Tianwu orcs to kill the Tianwu orcs. They wanted them to continue fighting until both sides were injured so that the Life Soul 6 great clans could reap the rewards. As for the other creatures in the sacred domain, what did they have to do with the 6 clans of the Life Soul realm? If they died, then so be it. The 6 clans of Fate Spirit had even given up on the 6 Path sacred gates, let alone the other humans. Young Master Shen, do you have a way to destroy that door? Mistress Tianmu asked. As long as that door is destroyed, the Tianzhong orcs will not be able to come over, right? Big Sister Palace Lord, that door is extremely huge. Furthermore, it took the 6 clans of life so many years to build it. I can't destroy it in a short period of time, Shen Xiang said. Furthermore, even if we destroy that door, with the strength of the Heaven's Eye orcs, they will definitely have a way to come to the world-defying stage universe. Then what should we do? Tianmu Palace Master was terrified. They weren't too afraid of the 6 Paths sacred gate. After all, without the support of the Life Spirit 6 races, the 6 Paths Saint Gate would not be much stronger than them. However, the Heavens Oyster orcs were something that even the 6 Life Soul races were afraid of. Furthermore, most of them were at the god level. When they came to the sacred domain, although the power of their cultivation would be restricted by the power of the laws of the world-defying universe, they were still very powerful. Big Sister Palace Master, don't worry too much. There's still the Heavenly Roar race. In a short period of time, the Tianwu race will definitely be able to suppress them, Shen Xiang said. And I also need some time to study the Tianwu beastmen. Young Master Shen, we can only rely on you now. With Tian Clan Mother's current state, I don't know when she'll wake up. Furthermore, she is only a clone. Even if she wakes up, it won't be of much help. Sky Mother Palace Mistress sighed softly. She knew that Shen Xiang had created the world-defying stage universe, so she could only place her hopes on Shen Xiang. Wait for my good news, Shen Xiang said and then hung up. What did Big Sister say? Shen Zhini quickly asked. She is panicking now. Shen Xiang briefly explained the contents of his conversation with Empress Tianmu. Then what about the heavenly nightmare altar in our Demoness kingdom? After Shen Zhini heard this, she began to panic. If there really is a mark, then wouldn't the Demon Spirit Star area become a target? Don't be afraid, I will go in and destroy the heavenly nightmare altar. Shen Xiang caressed her little face and said with a smile, I'm going to dismantle these altars because I need to study them myself. Can you enter the Demon Spirit Star field? I am worried that if I go to Demon Spirit Star field, I won't be able to come out. Shenjini sighed and said, If I don't go with you, they won't listen to me. If a man like you runs in, you will be killed by the sisters of the Demon Soul Woman Kingdom. Impossible. With my charm, how could I be killed by them? Xinxiang laughed and said, Don't worry, I can go alone. Humph. My sisters are not love-struck fools. Shen Jini said seriously, I will give you a keepsake and let you take it with you. They will believe you. You must leave immediately after you destroy the heavenly nightmare altar. You cannot stay for long. I am afraid that they will do something to you. What's there to be afraid of? Xinxiang shrugged his shoulders and said, I am a man. What is there to be afraid of? They might castrate you, turn you into a woman, and let you stay in the demon soul woman kingdom. Shanjini said seriously, Many of them have never seen a man before, so they must be very curious about him. Anything is possible. Jini, although young Master Shin's cultivation is not high, his ability to escape is top-notch. Don't worry. Guan Ying laughed. Wait, I thought of something. Shen Jini suddenly shook her head. What is it? Xinxiang had already slowly laid down and rested his head on Guan Ying's slender thighs. Guan Ying did not say anything. She had a very special feeling toward Xinxiang, and in short, she did not resist Xinxiang. After all, the reason she took the risk to come to the sacred domain from the divine realm was for Xinxiang. She had already left the Kuan race, and in the sacred domain, Xinxiang was her only support. Although she came from the Kuan race, she was still very weak when facing the Heavenly Abyss race and the Heavenly Abyss orcs in the future. But by Xinxiang's side, she could feel very safe. Ancestral God's mission. The world-defying stage, Ancestor God, told us to go to the bottom of the azure waves, sea to retrieve something. Shin Jini said, Could it be the slaughtering red dragon soul? Xinxiang said, Maybe it's not convenient for the world-defying stage, Ancestor God, to say it directly. It shouldn't be. Shan Jini shook his head. The slaughtering red dragon soul is not something. It must be very important. But why is it under the azure wave sea? Is it near that door? That's right. The world-defying stage, Ancestor God, probably doesn't know that the slaughtering red dragon soul is under the azure wave sea. So he's referring to something else. Xinxiang said. Shui Ying might also be under the azure wave sea. Shen Jini's eyes lit up and said, Could the great vermilion bird's tender thread be under the azure wave sea? There must be some secret hidden under the azure wave sea. Guan Ying said, For so many years, the 6 sacred gates and the 6 races of the life spirit have been active there, and they have even hidden the secret very well. Chapter 43:26. Guan Ying's equipment was not bad, but in Xinxiang's eyes it was not as good as the golden scale robe. The Kuan race gave you a reward? What a scam! Xinxiang curled his lips and said, It's only good for people like you who don't know anything. I think it's pretty good. Shen Jini took it and looked at it and said with envy, No wonder it's from the 6 races of Fate Soul. I say, you have the green dragon demon slayer, so of course you can look down on the other equipment. Not everyone has the green dragon demon slayer, so this set of armor should be enough to defend against those guys. You too, have you forgotten who the enemy is? Xinxiang shook his head and sighed and said, The enemy we are going to face next is the Tianwu orcs. Their power is the bane of the 6 races of Fate Soul. That's true. Guan Ying also considered this. Is this golden scale robe stronger than the Kuan race's armor? Shen Jini asked. Although the golden scale robe is from the 6 sacred gates, his equipment is not from the 6 races of Fate Soul. It's made from the scales of powerful beasts. Xinxiang said, The main material of Yingying's armor was made by the Kuan race's blacksmith. Do you know what this means? Shen Jini and Guan Ying looked at each other and then shook their heads. The power of the Kuan race's blacksmith also belongs to the 6 races of Fate Soul, so these materials must be countered by the power of the Tianwu orcs, Xinxiang said. So against the Tianwu orcs, the equipment of the 6 races of Fate Soul will be useless. Is this true? Shan Jini knocked on the armor and said in shock, But it's very strong. Because it's countered, it's very strong in our eyes, but very weak in the eyes of the Tianwu orcs. Shenxiang handed the golden scale robe to Guanyin and said, Ying, you should change into this. Thank you, young Master Shen. Guanyin also agreed with Shenxiang's statement. Chen Xiang was not blindly guessing, because he himself had grasped a little of the power of the heavenly succubus. So he had secretly tried to use the weak power of the heavenly succubus that he had grasped to infuse into the armor, and discovered that he could easily penetrate it. No wonder the 6 clans of Fate Soul want to trap the Heavens orcs in the holy domain. The 6 clans of Fate Soul are not prepared to deal with the Heavens orcs at all. Shan Xiang said they need to buy more time. Who knows, they might still be hoping that the Heavenly Oyster orcs and the Heavenly Oyster race will both suffer. Little scoundrel, then tell me, can the Heavens Oyster Beastmen defeat the Heavens Oyster race? Shen Zhini looked at the golden shuttle in the sky again. The Heavenly Nightmare royal family looks very powerful. No. Shen Xiang said the Tianho clan is in a passive situation. They were suppressed by the Tianho orcs in the Heavenly Nightmare universe and had no space to live. They must have clashed with the Tianho orcs many times and failed in the end, so they could only come to the sacred domain. The Tianho clan is so powerful, but they can't defeat the Tianho orcs. Then wouldn't our sacred domain be finished? Shen Zhini's face was filled with fear. If they were trapped in the sacred domain, they would have nowhere to run. Don't be afraid, we still have time. Shen Xiang said, the world-defying stage universe is different from the other universes. The power of the world-defying stage universe's laws is extremely powerful, and it is not that easy to break through the restrictions of the laws, unless they can control all the universe's life spirits. The world-defying stage universe's big life spirit was in the world-defying stage, and that space was currently defending itself very well. As for the small life spirit, it had turned into a world-defying god furnace and was in Shen Xiang's hands. As long as the big and small life spirit were not destroyed by the Heavens Oyster orcs, the laws of the world-defying stage universe would not be so easily shaken. The flying speed of the 6 realms mirrors was much faster than the flying speed of the shuttle. It is much faster than those shuttles, especially now. Shen Xiang opens Divine Mirror of 6 paths at full speed, because he wanted to quickly reach the location below the Azure Sea. He did not know the exact location, but the flying shuttles knew. They should have determined the location based on the door. Shan Xiang only needed to follow the flying shuttle. Guanyin changed into the golden scale robe. Because it was too dazzling, she had no choice but to wear a black robe on the outside. When they met with an attack from an expert, Guanyin would need to block it. So Shen Xiang gave her the golden scale robe to wear. There were many gold and blue flying shuttles flying towards the Azure Sea, and they were all flying over in batches. The white flying shuttles were all weak clansmen. If they went over, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths, so they all stayed on the Scarlet Dragon Island. There are more blue flying shuttles than gold ones. It seems like there are fewer Heavenly Nightmare royal tribe. Shan Zhini said. She had been paying attention to the number of flying shuttles in the sky. We should be able to see how strong the Heavenly Nightmare royal tribe is very soon. Shen Xiang looked at Guanyin and asked, Ying, when you faced Yan Qing, a subordinate of the Heavenly Nightmare race, do you think you can defeat him? I don't know, because he didn't show any hostility, and his aura was very stable. I couldn't sense how strong he was. Guanyin shook his head. Besides, he still has a second body. His strength is hard to estimate. Little scoundrel, what do you think of that Yan Qing's strength? Shen Zhini said, but then again, you are much better looking than him. That guy's face is weird. I don't know what's going on. If you guys stop him, I feel that if I use all my strength, I should be able to cut him down with one slash. Shen Xiang said, if we use the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, perhaps it would be much easier. After all, that is the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Shen Zhini said. Chapter 43:27. Shanxiang came here this time mainly to kill the scarlet dragon soul and then rush towards the mysterious thing hidden under the azure wave sea. As long as the dragon soul is here, I will definitely be able to obtain it. Shanxiang is very clear about the characteristics of the slaughtering scarlet dragon soul. Even if he could temporarily tame the slaughtering scarlet dragon soul after a long time, it would still cause a backlash. If he did not handle it well, it would be extremely dangerous. Is the dragon soul nearby? Guaning asked. We better go and take the dragon soul first. I think the dragon soul might know some secrets about the azure wave sea. When Shanxiang was communicating with the dragon soul of the green dragon demon slayer, she said that the dragon soul had lost contact after entering the azure wave sea. If he could find the dragon soul, then he could fuse the dragon soul into the green dragon demon slayer, and the two parts of the slaughtering scarlet dragon soul would fuse together. At that time, Shanxiang would go and find the dragon soul to communicate and find out the secret under the azure wave sea. Then let's go find the dragon soul, Shinjini said. Let the Tiandi race worry about that gate. In any case, our current strength is limited. Even if I want to worry about it, I can't do anything. If possible, I'll see if I can catch a Tiandi orcs to take a look. Shanxiang said, if we have a certain understanding of them, it can help us research the weakness of the Tiandi orcs. The Tiandi race should be able to stop them for a period of time. Guaning said, the Tiandi race also needs to stabilize their foundation in the sacred domain. They can fight among themselves. We also have to be prepared. Shanxiang sighed. I'm just afraid that they won't give us time to prepare. In short, we can entrust everything to the Tiandi race. We have to prepare for the worst. Shanjini said, Little scoundrel, have you thought about how to deal with the worst situation? No. Shanxiang shook his head. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. There should be time to prepare. If the Tiandi orcs come, they will definitely fight against the Tiandi race for a period of time. The Tian Ho tribe has a lot of people. Even if they can't defeat the Tian Ho orcs, they can still hold on for a while. We can use this time to prepare. Guaning looked at Shanxiang and said, Young Master Shen, this depends on you. The Life Soul 6 clans seem to think that the entire holy region will fall. The 6 clans of Life Spirit should know that the Heavenly K clan won't be able to hold on for long. Shanxiang frowned and said, I wonder what the situation will be like when the time comes. Shanxiang had never seen a Tian Ho orc before, so he couldn't predict what would happen when the time came. The dragon soul seems to be calling out to the green dragon demon slayer. The green dragon demon slayer in Shanxiang's hand shook more and more violently. At this time, Xiao Jing sent a voice transmission to Shanxiang, saying, Brother, the dragon soul is very excited. There's another part of the dragon soul nearby. Shanxiang said, Little sister Xiao Jing, can you feel it? I'll go search now. I'll search in a large area. I wonder if this will affect the 6 realms mirror's concealment. Little sister Xiao Jing said, Don't be afraid, go ahead and search. I'm still unable to determine the location of that part of the dragon soul, so I need to search more accurately. Shanxiang only knew that part of the dragon soul was nearby through the green dragon demon slayer. It was very difficult to pinpoint the exact location. The green dragon demon slayer could not guide Shanxiang to find that part of the dragon soul. Little sister Xiao Jing started to search. Not long after, she determined the location and controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly towards the location of the dragon soul. 6 realms god mirror continued to dive, and his speed was very slow. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he was under, so he had to slow down. After more than half a day, Shanxiang did not know how long he had been diving, but in short, it was pitch black in all directions. If it was in the depths of other sea regions, there would be many mountain-like sea beasts. However, the depths of this sea region had always been quiet and was not as dangerous as he had imagined. There are no sea beasts around. This place is not particularly dangerous. Shinjini said. If it's that kind of old sea beast, it's still very strong and very difficult to kill. Could it be that there's a door nearby, so no sea beasts dare to approach? Guaning also looked around. It was terrifyingly dark. No, we have to be vigilant. Shen Xiang's face suddenly became very serious and said in a deep voice, It's not because of that door, but this area of the sea is occupied by a powerful sea beast. This is the territory of that sea beast, so there are no other sea beasts. Ah, won't we be discovered? Shen Jinni was slightly alarmed. She immediately looked around and said in a low voice, We should be hiding now, right? In the sea, no matter how we hide, there will still be movement, because when we move in the water, we will more or less create weak water waves. Xinxiang said, If that sea beast is strong enough and has a strong perception, then we should have been discovered long ago. Even Guaning was a little afraid at this moment, because they were at the bottom of the sea and it was very dark. This kind of place was not suitable for them to fight. Then do we have any other ways? Shen Jinni said worriedly, A huge sea beast, and with such a large territory, if we are targeted, we will be in trouble. Chapter 40, 328. It was not easy for Xinxiang to use the Bai Hu Jingyu fan, especially in the sea. To move the sea, the energy required was even greater. If he hadn't transferred enough energy from the 6 realms mirrors, he would have been drained dry in that instant. His body also swayed and became extremely weak. The main reason was because the energy required for that move just now was too great. Even his strong body was almost torn apart. Shinjini and Guaning also noticed that Xinxiang's condition was not good, and hurriedly went over to support him. Little scoundrel, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Shinjini immediately channeled energy to Xinxiang. Young Master Shen, did you use some secret technique by force just now? Your body seems to have been burst by a very strong energy. Guaning was also investigating Xinxiang's body and discovered that the young man's body had a feeling of expansion. It's fine, we're safe for the time being. Xinxiang leaned into Shinjini's embrace. This demon soul queen's figure was extremely hot, and at this moment, she was hugging Xinxiang tightly in her embrace. Let me help young Master Shin heal his injuries. After Guaning finished speaking, he tore open the clothes on Xinxiang's upper body. Xinxiang's chest had indeed cracked open. She took out some healing divine medicine and applied it to Xinxiang's body. Then she pressed down on it with both hands and channeled energy into it at the same time. Xinxiang also did not expect that when Baihu Jingyu fan was used in different environments, the consumption was fixed. For example, when used in the deep sea, in order to be able to move a large amount of seawater, the consumption was extremely large. At this moment, all kinds of turbulence were stirred up in the deep sea. Even those super large deep sea beasts were pushed far away by the force just now, and would not be able to come over in a short period of time. Under the control of little sister Xiao Jing, the 6 realms mirrors released a special bubble that could easily travel through the turbulent and violent deep sea. What did you do just now? How could you be so heavily injured? Shinjini and Xinxiang had been together for so long, but this was the first time he had seen Xinxiang like this. He's not injured. It's because I suffered too much energy. Xinxiang couldn't explain it clearly. He shook his head and said, Don't worry, my recovery is very strong. I will recover very soon. After saying that, he leaned on Shinjini's body and closed his eyes. He breathed in the wild fragrance and fell asleep in a daze. Little scoundrel. Seeing Xinxiang sleeping soundly in her arms, Shinjini lightly snorted. Jinni, young Master Shin's fan is not simple. Guaning said in a low voice, He just casually stirred up the seawater in this area. I bet even young Master Shin didn't expect it to be this powerful. He always has some very powerful things. Jinni nodded lightly. She had also noticed it just now. In fact, she had seen Xinxiang's Baihu Jingyu fan several times. Every time Xinxiang used it, there would be a very strong aura. In her eyes, that fan should also be a very powerful divine artifact. With little sister Little Mirror controlling the 6 realms mirrors, Xinxiang was still very relieved. This time not only was his body injured, even his soul was injured. Bai Hu Jingyu fan not only consumed energy, but also soul power. This was because this fan could transform soul power into a type of mental oppression. This kind of mental oppression was equivalent to a soul attack, so the deep-sea beasts did not dare to come again for a short period of time. That was the aura of Bai Hu Divine Beast, so the beasts were still very afraid of it. The 6 realms mirrors had been diving the entire time, and little sister Little Mirror could sense that a portion of the dragon soul was accelerating towards the location. Deep under the sea, there was a very deep trench. The trench was not wide, so it was difficult for the sea beasts to come down. It was also at this time that Xinxiang opened his eyes. His spirit was much better, but he was still lying on Xinjini's thigh, pretending to be weak. "Are you better?" Xinjini asked. "A little better." Xinxiang nodded, looked at Xinjini's seductive and cold face, and said, "Jini, I still want to lie down." Xinjini saw through Xinxiang's thoughts with a single glance. She knew that Xinxiang was no longer that weak, but he was still lying on her thigh. "Little scoundrel, stop pretending. This is a critical moment." Xinjini snorted. Chapter 40, 329. Xinxiang and the others carefully observed the 2 walls. Indeed, there were many fiery, red giant feathers. Although Xue Ying was a phoenix, under most circumstances, he would move around in his human form. If he was in the sea, then he would need to move around in his human form even more. Normally, only when encountering a very powerful enemy would one need to transform into their true form to fight against them. In the deep sea, and in such a small space at that, it meant that he must have encountered some urgent and dangerous situation. What exactly did Sister Xue Ying encounter at that time? Xinjini was extremely anxious. As the 6 realms mirrors continued to dive, she became more and more worried when she saw more and more phoenix feathers. Xue Ying is an undying phoenix and also a phoenix great emperor. Even if she encounters a very strong enemy and suffers heavy injuries, with her strong recovery ability, she should be able to recover in a short period of time. Although Xinxiang said this, his heart was filled with worry. Right now, we're only seeing phoenix feathers. There are so many feathers on a phoenix's body, and although we are seeing a lot of them compared to the phoenix's gigantic body, these feathers are nothing. Guanyin comforted her. Little sister Xiaojing controlled the 6 realms mirrors to continue diving, and Xinxiang became more and more nervous. She was very worried that Xue Ying would meet with an accident, because when Xue Ying was at the Scarlet Dragon Island, he had once said that there was something terrifying hidden under the Azure Sea. At this moment, the 2 walls were filled with sparkling, heavenly source crystal. Xinxiang had never heard of the existence of heavenly source crystal before, but now that he saw the heavenly source crystal, he knew that this thing contained a lot of energy, far surpassing heavenly jewels. In this position, they could see a lot of heavenly source crystal, but Xinxiang was not in the mood to dig them up right now. It was mainly because he saw a large number of phoenix feathers that filled his heart with worry. He only wanted to quickly find the clues left behind by Xue Ying and see how Xue Ying was doing right now. Sister Xue Ying will definitely be fine. Nothing will happen. Xinjini muttered to himself. Looking at her, she was extremely worried. Of course, for her to be able to become a phoenix, great emperor, she must have experienced a lot. Furthermore, her own strength is very strong, so nothing will happen to her. Xinxiang was also comforting himself. Look! Guanyin suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Those phoenix feathers seemed to be inside the heavenly source crystal, as if they were already inside before the heavenly source crystal was formed. When Xinxiang heard this, he took a closer look. There were indeed some phoenix feathers inside the heavenly source crystal. It was obvious that they had been inside before the heavenly source crystal was formed. Indeed, why is it like this? It should take a long time for a heavenly source crystal to form, right? Shan Xiang also felt that this matter was very strange. A heavenly source crystal needs at least 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years to form. Shui Ying couldn't have been here for so long. Could it be that this isn't Shui Ying's phoenix feather? Guaning said, Sister Ying, is it possible for the heavenly origin crystal to form in a very short period of time, such as tens of thousands of years? Xin Jini hurriedly asked, As far as I know, there is no way to form such a large amount of heavenly source crystal ores in just a few dozen thousand years. Guaning shook her head and said, These heavenly source crystals seem to be of very high quality. That's even more impossible. After all, they need to gather a lot of energy and take a long time to transform into heavenly source crystals. Do you want me to dig some out and take a look? I can also dig out some phoenix feathers to take a look. These phoenix feathers might not be Shui Ying's. Xin Xiang said, What puzzles me is that the world-defying stage universe has only been born for 100,000 years, but the sacred domain has already formed such a high-quality heavenly source crystal. You must know that most of the heavenly source crystals in the divine realm are of very low quality, far inferior to the ones here. Guan Ying frowned slightly, her face full of doubt. Ying, there's something that's been bothering me. Perhaps you can answer it for me. Xin Xiang lowered his head and pondered. What is it? Guan Ying asked. The world-defying stage universe has only been born for 100,000 years, but there are so many huge stars. According to my knowledge, those huge stars have been formed in the universe for hundreds of millions of years. Xin Xiang was very puzzled about this. After seeing the heavenly source crystal, he suddenly thought of this problem that had been bothering him for a long time. This is the magical aspect of the world-defying stage universe. That's why the 6 clans of Life Soul have always attached great importance to the world-defying stage universe. Guan Ying lowered her head and shook it gently. She was also puzzled about this. After pondering for a while, she said, Actually, this is also a problem that has been bothering me for a long time. Even Guan Ying didn't know how the world-defying stage universe could give birth to so many huge stars in such a short period of time. In that case, it makes sense that there are so many high-quality heavenly source crystals in this place. Xin Xiang said, Why did that part of the slaughtering scarlet dragon soul come here? Could it be that there's something hidden here? The spatial gates from the heavenly nightmare universe to the world-defying stage universe are all built inside the Saint Profound Star. Could it be that there's something special hidden here? Xin Jini suddenly said. Xin Xiang looked at the phoenix feathers on the 2 walls and fell into deep thought. Those phoenix feathers seemed to have been frozen inside the heavenly source crystal. It was unknown how long they had been trapped inside the heavenly source crystal, but they were still emitting a fiery red glow, as if they were still alive. The vitality of the phoenix feathers was extremely strong, and now that they had absorbed the energy of the heavenly source crystal, they could still emit a glow that was filled with vitality. Young Master Shen, where are we going now? Are you sure that the dragon soul is down there? Guan Ying asked. It should be down there. Xin Xiang nodded her head. This was mainly because Little Sister Little Mirror could feel the existence of the dragon soul and controlled the 6 realms mirrors to dive down. Xin Jini sat on the 6 realms mirrors and hugged her knees, looking worried. She pursed her lips and did not say a word, still thinking about Shuang. Chapter 43:30. Little Sister Xiao Jing pointed in a direction to Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang looked at the stone wall and frowned. The stone walls here were all heavenly source crystal mines, so it would not be easy to dig in. Ying, is it easy to dig a heavenly source crystal mine? I want to dig a tunnel from here. Xin Yang pointed to the front, then looked at Guan Ying and asked, How long do you want to dig? Guan Ying shook her head, but did not give a clear answer to Xin Xiang and said, The quality of the heavenly source crystal here is very high, After condensing into a mine, it will affect the surrounding stones. So the stone walls here are very strong. Then we can only try. After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he took out the green dragon demon slayer. The 6 realms mirrors approached the stone wall that was emitting light. Shen Xiang extended his hand out of the bubble membrane of the 6 realms mirrors, and then tightly held onto the green dragon demon slayer. He poured in a powerful force and even used the energy of the 6 realms mirrors. He stabbed at the stone wall with all his might, and a burst of white light burst out. Many crushed stones were knocked out and floated in the sea. It really is very strong. It will take a long time to open a long tunnel. Shen Xiang's hand that was holding the blade was slightly sore. Do you need our help? Shen Jini asked. Not for the time being. These heavenly source crystal mines are very strong. Without a strong enough weapon, it will be difficult to blast them open. Shen Xiang shook his head and said, Even if I use the green dragon demon slayer, it will be very difficult to open a tunnel. Shen Xiang decided to give up on this method. He had only slashed once, but his hand was already in pain. If he continued to slash, not only would it consume a lot of energy, his arm would also not be able to take it. This is the first time I have seen a heavenly source crystal mine of this quality, and I've never heard of a heavenly source crystal mine of this scale. Guan Ying sighed. Generally speaking, high-quality heavenly source crystal are located in the core of a large mine, but they are everywhere in this place. Shen Xiang was even more curious about this trench. There were a lot of phoenix feathers and a huge amount of high-quality heavenly source crystal, and all of this seemed to have been formed in a short period of time. The appearance of these phoenix feathers was even earlier than the appearance of these heavenly source crystal mines. Something must have happened here before to produce this batch of heavenly source crystal ores, said Shen Xiang. Sigh, there are so many heavenly source crystal mines here, but it's so difficult for us to mine them. If only they were as easy to mine as heavenly jewels. Shen Jini sighed helplessly as she looked at the glittering heavenly source crystal walls. A heavenly source crystal contains far more energy than a heavenly jewel, so naturally, it's tougher than a heavenly jewel. With our current strength in the Saint Domain, it's indeed very difficult to mine it easily. Shen Xiang said, Sister Ying, how did the Life Soul 6 clans mine heavenly source crystals so quickly in other universes? Asked Guan Ying. They all use brute force, such as capturing some very strong beasts, controlling these powerful beasts, and making them mine. Of course, our heavenly source crystal mines aren't as tough as the ones here, said Guan Ying. Shen Jini sat on the divine mirror of 6 paths, looking at the pit that Shen Xiang had created just now. Looking at the phoenix feathers inside, her eyes suddenly lit up. Little scoundrel, do you think these phoenix feathers can be detonated? Shen Jini suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, Maybe the phoenixes deliberately left a large number of phoenix feathers here, waiting for the heavenly source crystal mine to form before detonating the phoenix feathers. This way, they can quickly mine the heavenly source crystals. Hearing Shen Jini's words, Shen Xiang and Guan Ying couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because this was indeed possible. In that case, the phoenixes weren't injured in the battle here. Instead, these phoenixes knew that in the future, such a large number of high-quality, heavenly source crystal mines would form, so they deliberately left a large number of phoenix feathers here. Shen Xiang's starry eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Then how do we detonate the phoenix feathers? Asked Guan Ying. Shen Jini also frowned as she pondered, then looked at Shen Xiang. Jini, take out the vermilion bird, tender thread. Maybe you used this to detonate it. Shen Xiang hurriedly said. Shen Jini immediately took out the vermilion bird, tender thread, and controlled the fiery red, tender thread to touch the phoenix feathers inside the heavenly source crystal on the wall. I seem to be able to inject energy into it. How magical! Why does the vermilion bird, tender thread, have such an ability? After Zhenyi finished speaking, she gave it a try. With a flash, a violent explosion occurred at the place where the phoenix rain was. The divine mirror of six paths was also blasted away by a powerful shock wave. It's working. Zhenyi was very excited and said, "This might have been arranged by Shuang." At the same time, Xinxiang used his powerful consciousness to control the heavenly source crystals that were blasted out and stored them inside the divine mirror of six paths. Great! We can obtain a large number of heavenly source crystals like this. Guaning was also very happy and said, "Young Master Xin, can you let me take a look at those heavenly source crystals just now?" Xinxiang immediately took out the heavenly source crystals from the divine mirror of six paths. There were many of them, and they were all placed on top of the divine mirror of six paths. Chapter 40, 331. Although the slaughtering red dragon soul that Xinxiang and the others saw was only a small part, it was still extremely powerful. It could be seen how terrifying the complete, slaughtering red dragon soul was. The incomplete scarlet dragon soul was wrapped around a large ball of black gas, as if it was sealing something. Even if it was only an incomplete dragon soul, if it was entangled, it would be crushed by its powerful might. As for that black thing, it had been entangled for many years, but it still existed. "We should be careful," Zhenyi warned. "We still don't understand the situation in front. If we go over rashly, it will be very dangerous." "Of course I know." Xinxiang made the six realms mirrors shrink, then shone it at the slaughtering red dragon soul, allowing little sister Xiaojing to investigate the situation. Xinxiang had long been holding the green dragon demon slayer in his hands. Through the green dragon demon slayer, he could clearly sense the slaughtering red dragon soul. The green dragon demon slayer was also emitting a green-red light. However, the slaughtering red dragon soul did not make any movements. It maintained its previous state and continued to wrap around the black object. The black mass of air was about the height of two people. It was neither big nor small, and it spewed out waves of black flames, emitting a dangerous and destructive aura. "Did you find anything?" Guaning asked. "No." Xinxiang shook his head. Little sister Xiaojing had already investigated very seriously, but she could not find anything. She was also trying to communicate with the dragon soul, but she did not succeed. "Then what should we do? Are we just going to go over and come into contact with the dragon soul?" Just as Zhenyi finished speaking, he immediately shook his head and continued. "We can't go over. That thing is too dangerous. Who knows what will happen? If they really wanted to go over and make contact, only Xinxiang would dare to go over, but it would definitely be very dangerous." "No rush. Let's wait patiently," Xinxiang said. "We've experienced so much to get here. We don't lack this bit of time." "That's right. The dragon soul has been isolated from the outside world for so long. We have to figure out the situation." Guaning nodded. "Otherwise, if something happens to this dangerous dragon soul after it enters the green dragon demon slayer, there'll be serious consequences." Xinxiang was also worried about this. The dragon soul within the green dragon demon slayer was also resonating with the dragon soul. The blade flashed with light at the same frequency as the dragon soul in front of it. From this, it could be confirmed that there was indeed a connection between the dragon souls. It was just that they were unable to fuse together at the moment. "You guys protect me. I'll go find the red dragon girl," Xinxiang said. "Ask her if she has a way to perfectly recover this dragon soul that has been separated from her for many years." Murderous Scarlet Dragon had told Xinxiang before that this part of the dragon soul was separated by her to explore the Kanglan Sea, and then they lost contact. After so many years, the slaughtering Crimson Dragon had to be involved if he wanted to merge this part of the dragon soul back. "No problem, leave it to us," Zhenyi said. Xinxiang let the six realms mirrors enlarge, then sat on top of the six realms mirrors and entered the soul abyss of the dragon soul within the green dragon demon slayer. Although he had the previous experience, Xinxiang needed a lot of time and mental energy to connect with the consciousness of the slaughtering crimson dragon this time. What made Shin Xiang feel inconceivable was that it was even more difficult for him to find the consciousness of the slaughtering crimson dragon this time than last time. The time required was even longer than the last time, and he didn't know why. Sister Red Dragon, Sister Red Dragon. Shen Xiang could only send out strong fluctuations of consciousness in the soul abyss. This was very mentally exhausting, but Shen Xiang had no other choice. He could only use this method to find the consciousness of the slaughtering crimson dragon as soon as possible. After using this method for a period of time, he finally saw a weak red dot of light in the soul abyss. Big brother, big brother. The slaughtering crimson dragon also shouted happily, "You finally came to find me again!" Little girl, it's harder to find you this time than last time. Shin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that something had happened to the slaughtering crimson dragon again. Big brother, it's mainly because I felt the remnant soul that I sent out to the Kanglan Sea before, so I'm trying to wake up that part of the remnant soul. The slaughtering crimson dragon said, I don't know why, but I didn't succeed no matter how I tried. Chapter 40, 332. I'll go take a look. Shen Zhini hurriedly walked over and took out a robe. She walked over and hugged Shui Ying's beautiful body. After carefully inspecting it, she did not find any other injuries. Then, she wrapped Shui Ying's body with the robe. How is she? Did you find anything? Shin Xiang asked. Shen Zhini walked over with Shui Ying in her arms and shook her head. I can't find anything. You can take a look. Wait. Shen Xiang placed the green dragon demon slayer on the ground and said, I don't know what will happen when the dragon's soul enters the blade and fuses with it first. After the dragon's soul entered the green dragon demon slayer, something unexpected happened to Shin Xiang. A black hard shell actually appeared on the surface of the blade. Not long after, the entire blade was wrapped in a thick black hard shell. What's going on? Shen Xiang looked at the green dragon demon slayer on the ground, then took out the 6 realms mirrors and smashed it a few times, but it was unable to break the black hard shell. It should be about to evolve. Guan Ying said, I could sense that the dragon's soul contained a very powerful energy. That kind of energy should have been formed by absorbing a large amount of heavenly source crystal in this environment all year round. Now that it has entered the green dragon demon slayer, it will help the divine blade evolve. At this moment, the green dragon demon slayer that was wrapped in the black shell suddenly shook. Then, a golden mist floated over from all directions. It's the energy of the heavenly source crystal. Guan Ying said in shock, the green dragon demon slayer is quickly absorbing the energy of the heavenly source crystal. It seems like that part of the dragon's soul came to this place and grasped the method to absorb the energy of the heavenly source crystal. Shen Xiang was pleasantly surprised and said, Maybe I can use the green dragon demon slayer to absorb the heavenly source crystal's cultivation in the future. This absorption speed of the heavenly source crystal's energy is too fast. The more Guaning looked, the more shocked he became, and said, Among the 6 races of life soul, it is very difficult to achieve this kind of absorption speed. In that case, won't we have to stay here for a while? But this place is very dangerous. Shen Zhini said, The green dragon demon slayer needs to absorb heavenly source crystals to evolve, and we can't leave any time soon? Do we have to dig out a large amount of heavenly source crystals? Why don't we stay for a while longer? The danger hasn't come yet anyway. Shin Xiang had also planned to leave immediately after taking the dragon soul. However, the green dragon demon slayer needed to absorb a large amount of energy from the heavenly source crystals. All right, let's stay here for a while. Guaning nodded and said, Let's see how Shui Ying is doing next. Is she still a phoenix? Shen Zhini looked at Shen Xiang and said worriedly, I can't tell. Is it because her phoenix body has been destroyed and she can only reconstruct her human form? Let me see. Shen Xiang opened up the clear mind eye and carefully examined it. He frowned and said, She's still a phoenix, but the Tao origin crystal in her body is very strange. Judging from her Tao origin crystal cultivation, she only has holy venerable realm cultivation. Shen Jinny shook her head and said, but that shouldn't be the case. Shui Ying was very strong back then. With her talent, she could have entered the divine realm long ago. So you suspect that she was reborn? Xinxiang said, but the quality of her Tao origin crystal is indeed not particularly ridiculous. Right at this time, Xinxiang's eyes suddenly opened wide. He discovered something. Something's wrong, wait a minute. Xinxiang sucked in a cold breath. What did you discover? When Shen Jinny saw Xinxiang's reaction, she immediately asked very anxiously, is it a very bad situation? Her Tao origin crystal might be condensed from heavenly nightmare power. Xinxiang frowned and said, she has been absorbing heavenly nightmare power all along. Ah, Guan Ying was very shocked. Could it be that she gave up on the Tao origin crystal that she cultivated previously, and then used the heavenly nightmare power to cultivate the Tao origin crystal again? Why would she do that? Shan Jinny looked around and said, there are only phoenix feathers here. Is it hers or not? But isn't this too much? We can only wait for her to wake up before we know the answer. Xinxiang said, her soul is very strong. Let me try and see if I can wake her up. Then why is Shui Ying in a deep sleep? Shen Jinny looked at Shui Ying's beautiful face, then kissed her forehead. Maybe it's her cultivation method, Xinxiang said, but she is indeed in a deep sleep. The commotion is already so big, but she still hasn't woken up. Hurry up and wake her up, Shen Jinny anxiously said. I'm worried that she's cursed or sealed by something. Curse? It's indeed possible. Guan Ying nodded. If it's the curse of the Life Soul Six clans, it can make the powerful soul sleep forever. Shanxiang immediately began to use the method of connecting with the killing red dragon's soul consciousness to enter the depths of Shui Ying's soul. However, not long after, he retreated with a face full of shock. What's wrong? Shen Jinny asked anxiously. Chapter 40, 333. Shen Xiang told Shen Jinny to place Shui Ying on top of the Six Realms mirrors. The Six Realms mirrors mirror-faced upwards and then became much larger. A Six Paths Taiji array appeared on the surface of the mirror, and other than the yin-yang twin fish pattern, there are also 6 different colors revolving around the Six Paths Taiji array. Shen Jinny watched from the side and felt that this mirror was not simple. She had followed Xinxiang for the past few days and knew that this mirror was extremely heaven-defying, but she still felt that she had underestimated the terror of this mirror. Xinxiang, on the other hand, was at the side, gently placing a hand on Shui Ying's forehead. Begin. Xinxiang and little sister Xiao Jing's hearts were connected, and they used their consciousness to communicate. Very quickly, Xinxiang saw little sister Xiao Jing in the depths of Shui Ying's soul. This made him very shocked, because little sister Xiao Jing was actually able to transform into her original body in the depths of Shui Ying's soul. Xinxiang was inside someone else's soul, and only his consciousness could enter. Little sister Xiao Jing could turn his consciousness into a cute little girl. Even for him, this was the first time he felt that little sister Xiao Jing's soul was so powerful. Big brother, I'm going to break that seal later. You stay by my side to protect me. Little sister Xiao Jing said very seriously. I seem to have unsealed this seal before. Is that so? Shen Xiang was secretly shocked. Little sister Xiao Jing actually had such an experience. It could be seen that when she followed Tao Creation Divine Lord back then, she had clashed with the Life Spirit Six clans many times. I don't remember the details, but I subconsciously had this feeling. I should be able to successfully unseal it. Little sister Xiao Jing said, during the process of unsealing, I will be in danger, so I need brother to protect me. Little sister Jing, your soul is really strong. You can transform your consciousness into the depths of Shui Ying's soul. Shen Xiang exclaimed. Big brother, I couldn't do it in the past, but now I can. Do you know why? Little sister Xiao Jing floated in front, heading towards the abyss of Shui Ying's soul. Why? Have you become a lot stronger in this period of time? Shen Xiang asked. I did become stronger. This is all because of Big Brother's influence. Big Brother's soul is strong, but so is my soul. It's just that Big Brother can't sense it, Xiao Jing said. Shen Xiang knew that his own strength could affect the 6 realms mirrors, but he did not know that he could make little sister Xiao Jing's soul stronger, or even stronger than him. How do I say this? The strength of my soul should be the strength of my own soul, plus the strength of the other souls. So no matter what, it should be stronger than Big Brother's. Xiao Jing thought for a moment and said, however, Big Brother can also use my soul energy. It's just that Big Brother hasn't completely mastered it yet. Once he masters it in the future, the strength of our souls will be the same. You can do that. Shen Xiang could indeed borrow the power of the divine mirror of 6 paths, but borrowing the soul power of little sister Xiao Jing was very limited. Now that he heard little sister Xiao Jing's words, it was possible to completely borrow the other party's soul energy. Not long after, Shen Xiang and little Jing's consciousness arrived at the entrance of Shui Ying's soul abyss. I see it, Xiao Jing said. It's a very familiar seal. I'm going to start now. With that, a 6 Tai Chi array appeared beneath little sister Xiao Jing's feet. Then she fell from the sky and fiercely fell into the abyss of her soul. It was also at this time that 2 black and white energy walls suddenly appeared in the abyss of Shui Ying's soul. Within Shui Ying's soul, a violent wave of soul energy erupted. Not yet, I have to continue. Little sister Xiao Jing jumped again and then condensed her power on the 6 Tai Chi array beneath her feet. Then, when she landed, she stepped heavily on the yin-yang barrier. Shen Xiang's consciousness was watching from the side. He couldn't help much, but he believed that little sister Xiao Jing would definitely succeed. All along, little sister Xiao Jing had been very good at breaking through all kinds of barriers and seals. At the same time, she could also set up formations. However, this time it was in the depths of the soul. Big brother, I have to repeat this many times. You have to pay attention to your surroundings. Little sister Xiao Jing warned. I got it. Shen Xiang had been paying attention the entire time because little sister Xiao Jing had said before that she might be attacked. Sure enough, after little sister Xiao Jing repeated it more than 10 times, many black and white energies suddenly rushed over from all directions. Chapter 40, 334. Such a thing happened? What about me? Did the energy of the heavenly origin crystal wrap around my body? Why don't I feel stronger? Shen Xiang immediately felt his body, but he did not feel much stronger. Young Master Shen, we don't know what's going on either. Your body seems to reject the energy of the heavenly origin crystal. Guaning shook her head gently. That's right. I even purposely chased the rich energy of the heavenly origin crystal towards your body, but it just couldn't enter your body. Shen Zhenyi curled her lips and said, Did you do too many bad things? That's why the energy of the heavenly origin crystal rejected you? What? Shen Xiang quickly waved his hands and said, I'm a good person. There must be a reason. Shen Xiang also did not understand what was going on, so he could only wait for Shui Ying to wake up. Young Master Shen, you'd better carefully examine the green dragon demon slayer and see if there are any changes. Guaning said, It's been so long, logically speaking, there should be some movement. Shen Xiang also carefully examined it, but did not find anything. It was still wrapped in a very sturdy black shell. Forget it. Let's wait until Shui Ying wakes up. Shen Xiang did not move Shui Ying and allowed her to continue lying on top of the 6 realms mirrors. Shen Zhenyi touched Shui Ying's face from time to time. It could be seen that she was very concerned about this good sister of hers. After all, she was one of her few good friends, and they were like sisters. Therefore, whenever she thought about how good Shui Ying's relationship with Shen Xiang was, she felt very uncomfortable. Half a day later, Shui Ying's curved eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Sister Shui Ying, Sister Shui Ying. Shen Zhenyi hurriedly held Shui Ying's hand and shouted happily, "It's me, I'm the Demon Soul Empress, little Yao Yao!" Sister Yao Yao? Shui Ying opened her eyes, her gaze hazy as she looked at Shen Zhenyi in confusion. That's right, that's right. Do you still remember me? Shen Zhenyi was worried that Shui Ying would lose her memories. Of course I remember. You. The curse of the Demon Soul Star field has been removed? Shui Ying opened her eyes wide and gradually revealed a joyous expression as she held Shen Zhenyi's hands. No, no, my soul ran out and was reborn. Shen Zhenyi giggled and said, I also got the vermilion bird's tender silk egg and obtained the small vermilion bird's tender silk. Many thanks to Sister Shui Ying for helping me hide the vermilion bird's tender silk. We're all good sisters. What are you thanking me for? I thought I would be alone in the sacred region. Shui Ying knelt on the 6 realms mirrors, then hugged Shen Zhenyi tightly and said in a gentle voice. Shen Zhenyi was overjoyed and said, I'm also very happy to see Sister Shui Ying again. This is... Shui Ying looked at Guanning and frowned slightly. Is she from the 6 clans of Life Soul? He is Little Rascal's friend, Shen Zhenyi said, then looked at Shen Xiang and said, This is Little Rascal. Do you know him? He. Shui Ying looked at Shen Xiang and felt that he looked very familiar, but she couldn't remember him for a moment. I don't think I know him, but I feel very familiar. Damned little scoundrel, so you don't know Shui Ying? Shen Zhenyi bared her teeth at Shen Xiang and said, Like I said, how could Shui Ying know you? Then Shui Ying looked at the 6 realms mirrors under her seat. Her entire body trembled, and she immediately reached out to touch the mirror. This is... When Shui Ying saw the 6 realms mirrors, and it was such a calm 6 realms mirrors, she immediately thought of who the young man in front of her was. Shen Xiang! Shui Ying suddenly shouted, and then pounced over, pressing Shen Xiang to the ground and crying loudly. When Shen Zhenyi saw this scene, there was a trace of jealousy in her shock. This was because Shui Ying's reaction to seeing Shen Xiang was even more excited than seeing her. Don't cry, don't cry. Aren't I fine now? Shen Xiang giggled. Shui Ying, it's great to be able to see you again. You must have experienced a lot these past few years. You're finally out, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought I would never be able to wait for you again. Shui Ying was still crying. How could you not be able to wait for me? Shen Xiang chuckled, caressed her face, and said, I also saw Ru Shui. She's very good. She was the one who came to find me. That's good, that's good. She really found you. Shui Ying also wiped her tears and revealed a beautiful smile. Sister Shui Ying, so you two know each other. Shen Zhenyi gently bit her lips and said in a low voice, I called him a little scoundrel. Are you angry with me? No, because he was a little scoundrel to begin with. Shui Ying covered her mouth and chuckled. Shen Xiang, you're still the same as before. Did you bully Sister Yao Yao? No way. Shen Xiang curled his lips and said, Shui Ying, after my rebirth, it's equivalent to being a new person. I am a good person in this life. Chapter 40, 335. Shui Ying, can you contact Tian, Sword God, now? Shen Xiang asked. He seems to know a lot of things. I can't contact him. He's a very trustworthy senior. Shui Ying sighed softly and said, I also hope to see him again, but I'm afraid he has already encountered a great calamity. I just don't know if he can survive. So the large amount of heavenly source crystals under the sea was created by the Tian Beastmen. However, this caused Shen Xiang and the others to feel even more shocked. How did the Tian Beastmen create so many high-quality heavenly source crystals? Guanning frowned and said, Did they master some secret technique? But that's impossible. This kind of high-quality heavenly source crystal is very rare. This is the special part of the Saint Xian star. The core of the Saint Xian star is mainly made of heavenly source crystal magma. As for why it is like this, I don't know now. Shui Ying shook her head and said, the core of the Saint Xian star is very special, especially the center of the core. Even Tian, sword god, doesn't know what's going on there. All right, looks like we have to make a trip to the core of the earth to take a look. If the Tian beast men control the core of the earth, it will be very disadvantageous for us, Xinxiang said. Then, how do we destroy the heavenly source crystals here? Is it to detonate the phoenix feathers? Shen Jinni asked. That's the only way. If I detonate a large number of phoenix feathers, a large wave will be set off at the bottom of the sea and a large number of heavenly source crystals will float into the Canglan Sea. Shui Ying said, this way it will be very difficult for them to obtain heavenly source crystals. It will take a very long time to collect them. Can they use the heavenly source crystal magma in the core of the earth to create a large number of heavenly source crystals? Guan Ying looked at the heavenly source crystals in her hand and said, to be able to create such high-quality heavenly source crystals in such a short period of time, the source must also contain energy. No, the core of the earth is different from back then. The heavenly source crystals here are also formed by absorbing the energy of the sacred domain. It will take a very long time, Shui Ying said. In short, we just have to destroy this place, Xinxiang said. When the time comes, I'll also fish up some heavenly source crystals. There were too many heavenly source crystals, and they were very sturdy. Even Xinxiang couldn't take all of them away. Hence, they could only carry out Shui Ying's plan, which was to blow up all the heavenly source crystals here and use the surging seawater to spread the heavenly source crystals, increasing the difficulty for the heavens' beastmen to obtain the heavenly source crystals. Shui Ying, were you sealed by the life spirit 6 clans? Xinxiang said, that's a very clever seal. Yes, those 2 damned bastards are from the Yin and Yang races. Shui Ying gritted her teeth and said, to think that I trusted them so much. I won't let them off. Yin and Yang races, you better not let me meet them, Xinxiang said, and then silently remembered this debt. In fact, as long as it was the life spirit 6 clans, they were all his enemies. Sister Shui Ying, where's the great vermilion bird, tenderness thread? Shen Jinni asked. He went to the heavenly nightmare universe. When Shui Ying mentioned this matter, she said guiltily, it's all my fault. I let the vermilion bird, tender thread fall into the heavenly nightmare universe. It's fine. Xinxiang caressed her face and said, the vermilion bird, tender thread will definitely return. I believe it. What I didn't expect was that the slaughtering scarlet dragon soul would find me here and protect me, Shui Ying said. It seemed like she knew that the slaughtering scarlet dragon soul had always been with her. There's movement, Xinxiang suddenly shouted. There was a weak vibration coming from it. The door is open, Shui Ying said solemnly. The heavenly beast gate has opened. That group of fellows. Shui Ying, are there other things hidden near this place? Xinxiang had a feeling that there were other things here. Yes, Shui Ying said. However, that place is too dangerous. Near the heavenly nightmare beast gate, there is a very large heavenly nightmare altar that seals something that the Tao creation divine Lord left there. Yes. What's sealed? Xinxiang asked anxiously. I don't know. Shui Ying shook her head. But there's no need to go now because it's too dangerous. No, I want to take it away. Xinxiang said, I can go take a look. Let's detonate the heavenly source crystal mine here first, Shui Ying said. The berserk of this sea is about to begin. Do you want us to float up? Or do you want to detonate it here? Xinxiang asked. Let's work together and open this place up a little, Shui Ying said. It's a bit narrow. It's not enough for me to release the transmission array. Xinxiang and the others immediately took action, and very quickly they opened up a bigger hole, enough for Shui-Ying to release an array disk. After detonating, we'll immediately teleport up. Shui-Ying said, I've already planned it out. Originally, I planned to detonate it in advance, but I didn't expect it to be sealed by the 6 races of life soul. Those bastards are secretly helping the heavenly orcs. Chapter 43:36. You want to go, right? Shui-Ying saw that Xinxiang's eyes were filled with longing and asked in a low voice, Didn't you say that there's a very large heavenly nightmare altar near the heavenly beast sect? The things inside should be very important. I want to go and take them away. Xinxiang said, earlier, when he was at the bottom of the sea, he had already decided to go. However, he did not say it out loud because he was worried that Shui-Ying and the others would knock him out and take him away, not allowing him to take the risk. All right, we'll go with you. Shui-Ying gently closed her eyes and sighed. I knew you wouldn't give up. No, I want to go by myself. Xinxiang said, It's more convenient for me to escape by myself. Shui-Ying, you just broke through the seal, so you're not in peak condition in all aspects. Although Ying and Jinny are very strong, they still have to protect you. Furthermore, they still have a lot of things to do. Guan-Ying needed to guard the Great Kuan Gate, and Jinny had the vermilion bird tender thread in her hands, so she could not take the risk. Furthermore, Jinny's demon spirit, Dao, is very powerful and has a great future. No way, Jinny immediately objected. Big Sister said that she wanted me to protect you well. I can't let you go out by yourself. Listen to me, let me go by myself. Xinxiang said, That place is too dangerous. If you stay with me, you'll only drag me down. Actually, it's not that Xinxiang can't bring them there. It's just that he is still worried. After all, that place not only has the heavenly orcs, there are also very powerful heavenly orcs. Although the heavenly orcs are fighting against the heavenly orcs, they are not sure if they will be viewed as enemies. All right. Shui-Ying thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She said, I've known you for so long, I don't need to remind you too much. You'll definitely come back. It's good that you know, Xinxiang said with a smile. Shui-Ying, just wait for my good news. Oh, right, you can go to the Scarlet Dragon Island to take a look and think of a way to help me dig out more heavenly jewels or something. I need a large number of heavenly jewels. Or think of a way to contact the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress and have a chat with her. All right, Shui-Ying nodded. Since Shui-Ying had agreed, Jinny and Guan-Ying couldn't say anything else. Guan-Ying couldn't fly, so Jinny lent her the vermilion bird's tender silk and wrapped it around her body, allowing her to fly. Shui-Ying herself was a phoenix. Her flying speed was the fastest. After they left, Xinxiang immediately rode on the 6 realms mirrors and flew towards the huge fountain in front of him, because there was an incomparably huge heavenly beast gate at the bottom of the sea, and that spatial gate was crazily spewing things out. It also formed a very shocking huge fountain, the jets of water shooting out tens of thousands of feet high. Near the fountain, there was a large number of heavenly nightmare race people, especially the golden flying shuttle. They were all from the heavenly nightmare royal race and were very eye-catching. There are so many heavenly nightmare royals. Although the population of the heavenly roar race is the smallest, there are still a lot of them. Xinxiang saw many golden flying shuttles, and there were even more blue flying shuttles. However, their flying shuttles were not as dazzling as the royal ones. Some of these shuttles floated in the air while others landed on the water surface. Why don't I see the heavenly nightmare beastmen? Xinxiang was rather puzzled, because with such a large amount of water, there should be a large group of heavenly nightmare beastmen coming out. For example, when he was on the Scarlet Dragon Island, he opened the spatial gate of the heavenly nightmare race and immediately shot out a large number of flying shuttles. It's better not to watch the battle. My main goal is the altar at the bottom of the sea. Xinxiang really wanted to see how the heavenly nightmare royal race and the heavenly nightmare high race dealt with the heavenly nightmare beastmen. This way, he could understand them in advance. However, after waiting for a while, he did not see any of the three sides make a move. As for the heavenly nightmare beastmen, not even a single hair could be seen. Go into the sea. Shen Xiang could only ride on the 6 realms mirrors and dive into the sea. At this moment, the sea was still surging with waves. The surface of the sea was the same as the bottom of the sea. Because of the ripples caused by the explosion of the heavenly origin crystal mine under the trench, it had not completely calmed down even now. It had to be known that at that time it was not only Shui Ying's phoenix feathers that exploded, there were also many heavenly origin crystals that exploded as well, so the power was extremely great. In this way, the entire sea would also contain the remnant energy of the heavenly origin crystals after the explosion. The energy of the heavenly origin crystals would fuse into the sea, and maybe it would be easier for people to absorb. No matter what, the heavenly nightmare beastmen's plan had been destroyed. They could not rely on this large amount of heavenly origin crystal mine to develop. Chapter 43:37. Whatever, I'll go closer and take a look. Shen Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to approach the altar. When Shen Xiang gradually approached, he realized that something was wrong. Not good. This altar has a very strange suction force. Little Mirror said, "It's a very powerful gravitational force. Furthermore, it's specifically locked onto us and is sucking us in. Can you break free?" Shen Xiang also felt it. This power was very strange because the surrounding space seemed to be shrinking, causing them to be gradually sucked in. No, it's too late. Just as Little Mirror finished speaking, the 6 realms mirrors was sucked in by the sudden increase in suction force and entered the huge altar. It was also at this moment that 2 golden shuttles opened on the surface of the sea. Just now, a human from the world-defying stage universe was devoured. The person who came out of the shuttle, wearing a golden helmet and golden armor, said, "That flying treasure of his is very interesting." The other person was also dressed in the same way. He said, however, he was unable to withstand a single blow from the Heaven's head orcs. The humans of the world-defying stage universe are very weak to begin with. How strong can a universe that has just been born for 100,000 years be? That's true. Although the world-defying stage universe is powerful, it is still too young. The creatures of this universe must be very weak. He really overestimates himself. He clearly knows that the spatial fluctuations here are so terrifying. He clearly saw how strong the energy needed to erupt from the bottom of the sea is, yet he still dares to approach. If he knew what was inside the altar, he would definitely be scared to the point of fleeing far away. Big brother, you're really funny. How could the lower life forms of this universe know what's inside that altar? The 6 clans of life soul might know, but they definitely won't tell the creatures of this universe. The 6 clans of life soul wish to exterminate the humans of the world-defying stage universe. How could they come into contact with lower life forms? The altar of the Heaven's head orcs has a universe life soul sealed within it. That universe life soul was given to them by the 6 clans of life soul. The 6 clans of life soul are really biased. They actually didn't give it to us. Of course, because after we obtain that universe life soul, we can crush the Heaven's eye orcs. Why would they be willing to give it to us? That's true, that's true. The life soul 6 races have already taken away the heavenly nightmare universe's little life soul. Now, they're giving it to the heavenly nightmare orcs as a gift. They hope that the heavenly nightmare orcs won't be destroyed by us so quickly. These 2 heavenly nightmare royal tribesmen seem to be 2 of the higher echelons of the heavenly nightmare race. The content of their conversation was also very shocking. The thing sealed within the heavenly nightmare altar was actually the heavenly nightmare universe's little life soul. Shen Xiang did not know about this. The universe life soul was a very dangerous thing. Shen Xiang could come into contact with the universe life soul in the world-defying stage universe without any problems because he was the creator of the world-defying stage universe. So naturally, nothing would happen to him. If he came into contact with the life souls of other universes, it would be hard to say. Big Brother was the great life soul of the heavenly nightmare universe really destroyed. It's really gone. Otherwise, the heavenly nightmare universe wouldn't have collapsed to that extent. It has long been destroyed by the 6 clans of life soul. Damned 6 clans of life soul! Actually, the Heaven's Head Orcs were fed by the 6 clans of life soul using the great life soul of the heavenly nightmare universe. Otherwise, how could this group of Heaven's Head Orcs have grown to such an extent? 0. Many of the 6 clans of life soul were eaten by the Heaven's Head Orcs, right? They also reaped the consequences of their own actions. Later on, they had no choice but to use us to suppress the Heaven's Head Orcs. Second Brother, the 6 clans of life soul want us and the Heaven's Head Orcs to suffer mutual destruction, or to be entangled in this place for several years. They never had any good intentions towards us. You must remember this. The 6 clans of life soul are very despicable and cannot be trusted. Of course I know. This group of weak and greedy evil clans are the most evil. The 2 brothers revealed a strong hatred towards the 6 clans of life soul at the same time. Chapter 40, 338. After the Heaven's Oyster Orcs came out of the space gate, there was a huge commotion. Therefore, even the Heaven's Oyster Royal family did not know what happened at the altar. The Heaven's Oyster Royal family thought that the small life soul in the altar had been taken away, which was why there was such a commotion. Shen Xiang had already sneaked away. The sky above the Heaven's Oyster Orcs sea was in chaos. The Heaven's Oyster Orcs also had something similar to a flying shuttle, but it was not as exquisite as the Heaven's Oyster Royal families. The Heaven's Oyster Orcs flying shuttle looked like a huge black egg's heath. It emitted a red aura, which was why it dyed the huge fountain red. Is that the Heaven's Oyster Orcs flying shuttle? Shen Xiang had already run far away to hide. He took out a telescope and looked at the sky above the Heaven's Oyster Orc sea. After the Heaven's Oyster Orcs flying shuttle exploded, the Heaven's Oyster Orcs appeared inside. Shen Xiang saw the Heaven's Oyster Orcs with his own eyes. Their appearance was not too shocking. They had a very common half-human, half-beast body. Their bodies were not very big, about the same height as a normal person. There were tall and short ones. However, he was more curious about the Heaven's Oyster Royal family because the Heaven's Oyster Royal family members wore golden armor. The Heaven's Oyster Royal family members wore blue armor. Their bodies were tightly wrapped, so he could not see what they looked like. The Heaven's Oyster Orcs' upper bodies are mostly human, but their lower bodies are mostly beasts. Shan Xiang looked and found that a few of the Heaven's Oyster Orcs had wings and could fly. They were not restricted by the laws of the sacred realm. The Heaven's Oyster Royal family and the Heaven's Oyster Royal family members stood on the flying shuttle. Only a few of them could fly, so they were more or less restricted by the laws of the sacred realm. Among the Heaven's Oyster Orcs, the more human-like they are, the stronger they are. Shen Xiang saw many huge sea beasts on the surface of the sea. There were many Heaven's Oyster Orcs standing on the backs of the sea beasts. There were fewer orcs that looked completely human-like. Shen Xiang could only guess. According to common sense, the more human-like features they had, the stronger they should be. Looks like the Heaven's Oyster Beast men aren't weak. Shan Xiang observed from a distance that the Heaven's Oyster Beast men were also well equipped. Although I've heard that the Tianho orcs are very bad, this is only the Tianho clan side of the story. Shen Xiang believed that if there were 2 opposing factions, it would be normal to smear each other's reputation after a conflict. As for how evil the Heaven's Door Orcs were they evil as a whole, or were they evil in part? For example, were all the members of the Heavenly Nightmare royal family righteous? Of course. Shen Xiang did not think so. After all, they were all outsiders. They would definitely say that the other party was evil. However, one thing was for sure. Those heavenly nightmare altars were very strange and evil, especially the ones on Crimson Dragon Island. Furthermore, the Heavenly Ho Orcs and the Heavenly Ho clan had cooperated with the 6 clans of the Fate Soul clan. No matter what, they are outsiders to the world-defying universe. We must not let them decide the future of the world-defying universe. Shen Xiang would never join any side. He wanted to remain independent and make these outsiders abide by the rules. If outsiders were to cause trouble in the world-defying universe, they would be his enemy. The Heavenly Ho clan and the Heavenly Ho Orcs had met, but they did not immediately fight as Shen Xiang had imagined. They were only confronting each other. In the blink of an eye, the number of people on both sides, whether on the sea or in the air, had reached millions. Are they all their elites? Shen Xiang could see that there were a lot of Heavenly Nightmare royal family members. At a glance, there were at least 2 million of them. The Heavenly Ho clan also had a few million people, and there were still reinforcements coming in. As for the Heavenly Ho Orcs, because they had just come out, their numbers had not caught up with the Heavenly Ho clan. However, they would soon surpass the Heavenly Ho clan. The Heavenly Nightmare universe has been split into 2. It is currently collapsing and will soon completely collapse. Speaking of which, ever since the Heavenly Nightmare universe split open, we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy orc from the Heavenly Ho Orc side. Shen Xiang could not see the tall and sturdy man's appearance clearly because he was wearing a golden wolf head mask. His upper body was bare, and there was a large Bluetooth necklace around his neck. Both of his wrists were covered with golden wolf head bracers. His lower body was a pair of humanoid legs, and only his tail was a wolf tail. It could be said that he had many humanoid characteristics. If not for the golden wolf tail, it would be impossible to tell that he was a werewolf. The boss of the Heavenly Ho Orcs is a wolf. Shen Xiang was somewhat puzzled. In his opinion, it should be a divine beast or something like that. Golden Wolf King, have you been starving for the past tens of thousands of years? Chapter 43:39. Shen Xiang's heart trembled. He never thought that he would be discovered when he entered the altar. At this moment, he was even more vigilant. If he was discovered, it would be very troublesome. Who knows? In short, we didn't get the little life soul. The Golden Wolf King shouted. I was also ordered to take the little life soul. Heaven Thunder King, you should know my personality. I won't lie to you. Then, where did the Heavenly Nightmare universe's little life soul go? Heaven Thunder King looked around and said, Did the 6 clans not give you the life soul? Humph. Who knows? In any case, that group of fellows have always been despicable and shameless. I've been tricked by them so many times, so it doesn't matter this time. The Golden Wolf King also looked around and said, This world-defying universe is pretty good. It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful sky. You don't have the little life soul, aren't you worried? Heaven Thunder King asked. What's the use of being anxious? Even if we don't have the little life soul, we can still beat you. Those bastards from the 6 clans of Life Soul said that they gave us the little life soul so that we could suppress you all. But they underestimated us. The Golden Wolf King laughed. Then let's wait and see, the Heaven Thunder King said. When both of us move over, we'll divide the territory. At that time, we'll decide the victor. Don't be in a hurry to take over the territory now. Don't take over all the good places and leave some trash for us. The Golden Wolf King said coldly. You guys are also very despicable, comparable to the 6 clans of Life Soul. Likewise. The Heaven Thunder King sneered. You guys have cheated us quite a bit. Then scram. Don't get in our way. Do you want to monitor us? The Golden Wolf King said. Of course, to prevent you from randomly destroying it. The Heaven Thunder King said. Don't worry, we'll watch from afar. We won't hinder you. Up to you. If you dare, don't blame us for not keeping our promise. The Golden Wolf King waved his hand and landed on the back of a huge beast on the surface of the sea. Although the two sides did not fight, it was as if two terrifying auras were clashing between heaven and earth. If these guys fight in the sanctuary, no one will have a good time. Shen Xiang was very worried about the Saint Xian star. From the looks of it, the Saint Profound star could quickly form heavenly source crystals. If it was destroyed, wouldn't that mean one less source of heavenly source crystals? I wonder what role the 6 Paths Sacred Gate will play. Shen Xiang was more worried about this. Now, he wasn't so worried about the Heavenly Inferno race and the Heavenly Inferno Orc race. From the conversation between the higher-ups of both races, he could tell that they had come from the collapsed Heavenly Nightmare universe. They treasured the brand-new and powerful universe very much. In other words, they would at least cherish it for a short period of time, and would not go around destroying it. He was worried that the 6 races of Life Soul would secretly fan the flames. Although the Life Soul 6 races were all hiding in the Divine Dominion, they had left a 6 Paths Sacred Gate here. They would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Also, who knew how many dirty and despicable methods the 6 clans of the Life Soul race had. Just as Shen Xiang was having doubts about this, a huge golden ship suddenly appeared. This ship had a huge sail with the words 6 Paths Saint Gate written on it. These guys are here. Shen Xiang frowned. He wanted to go and deal with them, but the 6 Paths Saint Gate was definitely very strong. With the Golden Wolf King and the Heavenly Lightning King around, he could not do anything secretly. He could only wait and see if there was a chance for him to make a move. For example, he could destroy the ship. My friends, welcome to the Divine Dominion of Pride Universe. We are the 6 Paths Saint Gate, and we welcome you on behalf of the Divine Dominion. A hearty laugh came from the huge golden ship. From the sound of it, it was an old man. 6 Paths Saint Gate, aren't you just the lackeys of the Life Soul race? The Golden Wolf King sneered. The Life Soul race has told us about you lackeys before. What do you want? My friends, I am the sect leader of the 6 Paths Saint Gate. You are all very powerful people, and you are all very strong. I am indeed not worthy of your attention, but there are many powerful factions in the Divine Dominion. If you want to divide the Divine Dominion, you must first eliminate these local factions, or they will stop you, said the sect leader of the 6 Paths Saint Gate. Shen Xiang cursed the sect leader of the 6 Paths Saint Gate in his heart. Are you trying to kill us with a borrowed knife? The Life Soul race said that they will give the Divine Dominion to us. If you want to eliminate them, it should be you lackeys. Why do you want us to do it? Or are you saying that you are too weak and don't have the ability to do it? Golden Wolf King sneered. The Divine Dominion of Pride Universe should be the biggest in the 6 Paths Saint Gate, right? You must have occupied a lot of territory. If we want to eliminate someone, we should eliminate you first. The Heavenly Lightning King laughed. You too must be joking. If you want to divide the Divine Dominion, the 6 Paths Saint Gate will definitely give it to you. We will not stop you. The 6 Paths Holy Gate leader smiled and said, to be honest, the 6 races of Fate Spirit have given up on us. From now on, we can only survive in the sacred region. Then why are you here? Are you going to join us? Golden Wolf King asked. Chapter 40, 340. Shen Xiang shouted from afar. If those people wanted to kill him, he could escape immediately and no one would know who he was. Who are you? Don't spout nonsense. We didn't dive into the sea, and we didn't take the Heavenly Nightmare's Life Soul. The 6 Paths Sacred Gate leader looked at Shen Xiang and shouted angrily, You are slandering our 6 Paths Sacred Gate. The people here are all lords. How can they believe your nonsense? Ha ha. Shen Xiang burst into laughter and continued to shout. The 6 Paths Holy Gate is nothing but a slave to the Life Soul 6 Paths Holy Gate. As long as there is no hole in your brain, you would rather believe in nonsense than the Life Soul 6 Paths Holy Gate. Golden Wolf King and Sky Thunder King agreed. Even though Xinxiang seemed to be slandering the Six Paths Holy Gate, they still believed that the Six Paths Holy Gate was the one who took the Heavenly Nightmare's life soul. In their opinion, the Life Soul Six Paths Holy Gate was capable of doing anything. As long as it was something bad, they would not be wrong. Even if they were not the ones who did it, they must have done something else. In short, they would not feel guilty for wrongly accusing them. Six Paths Holy Gate, you have come to the sea area a long time ago. Why are you here? Xinxiang sneered. When I was on Crimson Dragon Island, I saw that you were looking for something. You even wanted to kill the natives on the island. Bastard! Who are you? The Six Paths Holy Gate leader shouted. In fact, the Six Paths Holy Gate's exploration of the Kanglan Sea was a huge matter. If they investigated further, they would know that they had arrived at the sea area a long time ago. I am someone who has been persecuted by the Life Soul Six Paths Holy Gate. I want to kill all of you bastards, every second. Xinxiang shouted. Listen, in the world-defying stage universe, there are countless people like us. One day, we will definitely gather together and completely exterminate you bunch of beasts. Golden Wolf King and Sky Thunder King sighed when they heard this, but they shook their heads secretly. Even they would find it difficult to completely destroy the 6 clans of Life Soul, let alone the living beings of the young universe. Damned bastard. I will definitely find you. Just you wait. After the 6 Tao Holy Gate leader finished speaking, their huge ship quickly left. As for the Heavenly Nightmare Life Soul, the Golden Wolf King did not ask for it. It was as if he had given up on it. Young man, did you just say that you want to destroy the 6 clans of Fate Soul? Heaven Thunder King said to Xinxiang from afar. Not bad, Xinxiang said. Although it is impossible, I still hope that you will succeed. Thunder King Tian Shao laughed. I can only sympathize with you, although you are native living beings of this universe. As long as the 6 races of Life Soul have been to the universe, all living beings will be destroyed, the Golden Wolf King said. It's easier said than done to destroy the 6 races of Life Soul. Why don't you all join forces? Xinxiang asked. When have we never thought of joining forces? But do you think it's possible? We were all created by the 6 races of Life Soul. If we join forces, we will be the first to self-destruct. The Golden Wolf King said. As long as both of our races are still around, it is impossible for us to destroy the 6 races of Life Soul. Our existence was created by the 6 races of Life Soul to suppress each other, Thunder King Tian Shao said. If we join forces, there will be a curse that will make us suffer a fate worse than death. Xinxiang was shocked. So the 6 races of Life Soul used this method to suppress the powerful living beings of Heavenly Nightmare Universe. However, he thought about it and felt that it was normal for such a situation to occur in Heavenly Nightmare Universe. After all, it was created by the 6 races of Life Soul. The 6 races of Life Soul would definitely have a way to suppress them. We can be said to be the strongest living beings below the 6 races of Life Soul. Your universe was just born not long ago. You are so weak. There is no way you can fight against the 6 races of Life Soul, the Golden Wolf King said. Perhaps you will be destroyed in the upcoming turmoil. There are many universes that are stronger than your universe, but in the end, they could not escape the fate of being destroyed by the 6 races of Life Soul. Thunder King Tian Shao said, It's only because we were created by the 6 races of Life Soul that we were able to survive until now. You are wrong. We are the only hope to destroy the 6 races of Life Soul, because we were not created by them. Xinxiang said, the formation of the world-defying universe has nothing to do with them. They can't interfere with the direction in which the living beings of this universe will grow, and you were created by them. They know all of their evolutions and powers like the back of their hands. Therefore, it's impossible for you to destroy them. Xinxiang had learned from Guaning that although the upper echelons of the 6 races of Life Soul were afraid of the power of the Heavenly Nightmare, they had also grasped the power of the heavenly nightmare. The 6 races of life soul had blocked the heavenly nightmare orcs and the heavenly nightmare race in the holy region. They were trying to find a way to resist the power of the heavenly nightmare, as well as a way to restrain the heavenly nightmare creatures. When you face the 6 races of life soul in the future, you will know how hopeless it is. The Golden Wolf King said, "We have seen many people like you. In the end, they all failed to escape misfortune. You have no choice but to come to the sacred region. If you want to start a war here, it's fine, but please don't implicate us." Xinxiang said, "We don't have any intention of killing you, but please be careful. After all, the 6 races of life soul will definitely have many tricks up their sleeves. And our 2 races have a lot of people, so there will definitely be people who will join the 6 races of life soul." Thunder King Tian Shao said, "All right, but I hope that you can contact the big shots of the various forces in the sacred region and have a good chat. There's no harm in cooperating." Xinxiang said, "Little brother, who are you?" The Golden Wolf King said, "For you to be able to come here alone and have the courage to talk to us, could it be that you are also a big shot of the local forces?" "I'm just a spy." Xinxiang said, "I have a grudge with the 6 races of life soul. I've been following their lackeys, the 6 paths, sacred gates, and tracking their movements." Chapter 40, 341. Xinxiang now knew how powerful the 6 races of life soul were, because they had obtained many life soul of different sizes from the universe. The life soul contained boundless and mystical power. If multiple life soul were to fuse with each other, it would eventually become very terrifying. It should take a long time for the world defying God furnace to completely fuse with the little life soul of the heavenly nightmare. I wonder what it will become now. Xinxiang really wanted to take out the world defying God furnace to take a look, but he couldn't right now because the world defying God furnace was emitting an aura that might be sensed by the Tianwu race and the Tianwu beastmen. Let's go to the Scarlet Dragon Island first. Xinxiang took out the communication talisman and contacted Xinjini and the others. "Shuang, are you guys at the Scarlet Dragon Island?" Xinxiang asked. "No, we left the Saint Profound Star." Xinjini said, "I want to bring Shuang to find my elder sister." "Are we going to the Tianmu Sacred Palace?" Xinxiang asked anxiously. "Did something happen at the Tianmu Sacred Palace?" "It's about the mother of Tian Clan." Shuang said that she has a way to help the mother of Tian Clan regain consciousness. Xinjini said, "Mother of Tian Clan definitely knows a lot of things, and we also need Mother of Tian Clan to lead us to the Heavenly Mother Sacred Wasteland. The Heavenly Mother life soul inside is very important to us. Then you guys have to be careful. Maybe the 6 Paths Holy School has already set their eyes on the Tianmu Sacred Palace." Xinxiang said, "I will rush over as soon as possible. You have to be careful too." Xinjini said, "If it was before, Xinjini would still be worried that Xinxiang would be alone. But now, she knew that Xinxiang's ability far exceeded her understanding." Shuang did not tell Xinjini too much about Xinxiang's matters. There were also many things that needed to be done at the Tianmu Sacred Palace, but Xinxiang could not interfere with their matters. "I'll go to the Scarlet Dragon Island myself first." Xinxiang wanted to go to the Scarlet Dragon Island to take a look, because there were still a large number of heavenly jewels and the entire Scarlet Dragon race there. He still took care of the Red Dragon tribe. After all, it was a tribe that had reproduced by killing the red dragons. Furthermore, the Red Dragon tribe was loyal to him. Without Xinxiang's help, it would have been difficult for the Red Dragon tribe to grow in the future. "I still need to become stronger quickly." Xinxiang had already seen the strength of the Tianho clan and the Tianho orcs. Not only were they numerous, but their overall strength was also very strong. If they joined forces, they could easily wipe out all the forces in the sacred region. Fortunately, they did not have such thoughts for the time being. In addition, would the 6 clans of life soul do anything else? Although it was very difficult, for the God domain to interfere with the Saint domain now. It would be very difficult to come from the God domain after the spatial walls were strengthened. However, if Guanyin could run over from the God realm, then the Life Spirit 6 clans could definitely do the same. The Heavenly Ho tribe and the Heavenly Ho orcs were fighting in the sacred region. The Life Spirit 6 clans had to secretly control the situation and balance the two tribes. They had to let them fight in the sacred region for a long time. I also need my own people. Shen Xiang also knew that if he wanted to control the situation in the sanctuary, it was not enough to rely on himself. Although the Shen family and Long Jiuxiao had many people, compared to the Heavenly Ho tribe and the Heavenly Ho orcs, they were too far away. Shen Xiang did not say that he wanted to destroy the Heavenly Ho orcs and the Heavenly Ho tribe. What he wanted to do was to have a strong enough force to deter the Heavenly Ho tribe and the Heavenly Ho orcs. He did not want the creator of the prideful universe to be looked down upon by external forces in the sacred region, not rising. Although the other party did not have any ill intentions towards him, the battle between the Heavenly Ho tribe and the Heavenly Ho orcs was in essence a scheme of the Life Spirit 6 clans. Shen Xiang wanted to destroy the scheme of the Life Spirit 6 clans. The Life Spirit 6 clans should have used the Life Spirit to create the powerful Heavenly Ho tribe. Then I should be able to do it too. Shen Xiang suddenly thought of this. Previously, the Golden Wolf King and the Heavenly Ho Thunder King had said that they were created by the Life Spirit 6 clans, so it was very difficult for them to destroy the Life Spirit 6 clans. After all, they were inferior to their superiors. They believed that it would be very difficult for them to defeat the Creator who gave birth to them. I accidentally created the world-defying stage universe. If you want me to create another world-defying stage universe, I definitely won't be able to do it. Shen Xiang rubbed his chin as he pondered. But if I can create such a powerful world-defying stage universe, then I should be able to create a powerful being in the world-defying stage universe. Most of the creatures in the world-defying stage universe were passed down from other eras. The creatures of the world-defying stage universe are too weak. Is it mainly because they don't have the support of the Life Spirit? Chapter 43:42. The world-defying stage Divine Palace was even larger than before. It looked like a huge city with tall and thick walls, and accommodating millions of people was not a problem. What shocked Shen Xiang the most was that such a big guy could actually float in the air. Old Huang, Old Huang. Master, Master. Shen Xiang immediately took out the communication talisman and contacted Wang Camtin. This place was also very close to the Scarlet Dragon Island. Was the world-defying stage Divine Palace going to the Scarlet Dragon Island? Was Master's previous trip to the Sacred Domain also caused by the Great Life Soul? Then, going to the Scarlet Dragon Island now was also instructed by the Great Life Soul? Shen Xiang crazily shouted at Wang Camtin to the communication talisman. The world-defying stage Divine Palace had changed its appearance. Although it was still a palace, it looked much more exquisite and new, right in the middle of the city. Ha ha ha, my good disciple, we finally meet. Wang Camtin laughed out loud and came out from the communication talisman. Did you miss me a lot? Master, why are you here? What happened to the world-defying stage Divine Palace? Shen Xiang asked. Where did you go when you came to the sacred domain? What did you do? I didn't go anywhere. I just went to devour a star. And then I ran here. Wang Camtin laughed. Then why did the world-defying stage Divine Palace become like this? Shen Xiang asked. It's completely different from before. You might not be able to say it out loud. World-defying stage Divine Palace is now a life. After I brought the world-defying stage Divine Palace to devour that star, I became like this. Wang Camtin chuckled. Brat, why are you here too? It's a long story. After Shen Xiang finished speaking to the communication talisman, he looked at the floating flying city in front of him and said, Master, quickly let me in. I want to talk to you face to face. Good disciple, I'm very busy. I'm afraid I don't have time to meet you. Wang Kamtin said, The Great Life Soul told me not to let you enter the city for the time being. What the hell is this? Why can't I enter the city? Xinxiang shouted. You suddenly appeared here with the world-defying divine palace. Don't tell me you want to help me. My good disciple, you are so resourceful. You don't need my help. Wang Kamtin smiled and said, I have other things to do. What is it? Xinxiang anxiously asked. Right now, there is a huge commotion in the sacred domain. I really need help. I know. You don't need help. You can handle it yourself. Wait, don't tell me you're thinking of going against those guys from the Heavenly Nightmare Universe? Wang Kamtin asked. Not really. My enemy is the Six Paths Sacred Gate. Xinxiang said. The Great Life Spirit said that as long as we don't touch the Six Paths Holy Gate and those from the Heavenly Nightmare Universe, we'll be safe in the sacred realm. Wang Kamtin said, Just don't touch them. Xinxiang wanted to smash the message talisman. The Great Life Spirit actually wanted him to retreat. How could that be? If he retreated, wouldn't the Six Paths Holy Gate and the creatures of the Heavenly Nightmare Universe be able to do whatever they wanted in the sacred realm? However, the Great Life Spirit didn't care about the creatures of the world-defying stage universe. As long as his Great Life Spirit was still around, the world-defying stage universe would be able to operate in an orderly manner. That's it. Don't follow the world-defying stage divine palace anymore. Wang Kamtin laughed. Listen to the Great Life Spirit. No, I want to fight them to the end. Xinxiang said, Those guys from the Six Paths Holy Gate have provoked me time and time again. Furthermore, they are lackeys of the Life Spirit Six Clans. I must destroy them. The Six Paths Holy Gate is very difficult to deal with, but the Life Spirit Six Clans are even more difficult to deal with. The Life Spirit Six Clans will also interfere in the disputes in the sacred realm, so you should hide. Wang Kamtin advised. Life is long. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Kamtin was an old man who had lived for many years. Furthermore, he was immortal, so he could naturally say that. I don't care. I will definitely destroy the Six Paths Holy Gate. Xinxiang said, Just wait and see. You can't destroy the Six Paths Holy Gate. Wang Kamtin said, When you come into contact with them in the future, you will know how difficult it is to deal with them. You should listen to my advice. Master, are you going to open the door or not? If you don't open the door, I'm going to attack. Xinxiang said, No. If you have the guts, then come and attack. The fact that you can break through the world-defying stage divine palace means that you have the ability to shake the Six Paths Holy Gate. Come and try it, ha ha ha. Wang Kamtin laughed. Just you wait. Xinxiang snorted. He looked at the flying city and believed that he would definitely not be able to take it down. For such a big thing to be able to fly in the air, it must be the power of the Great Life Spirit and the ancient code behind it. Suddenly, a weak spatial fluctuation appeared around the flying city. Just as Xinxiang was about to say something, he was blown away by a spatial wave and the flying city flew far away in the blink of an eye. Chapter 43:43. Everyone in the Tiandi race has a flying shuttle, although they don't know if these flying treasures can continue flying after landing. However, these flying shuttles have flown before, so they definitely have a way to fly again. They have so many flying shuttles that they can go to even further places. If they can negotiate with them, they might be able to leave the Scarlet Dragon Island. Big Brother, the location of the Scarlet Dragon Island seems to be rather dangerous. It is above the spatial gate of the Tiandi race. At the same time, it is also in the Tsanglan Sea, not far from the Tiandi sect. Little sister Xiao Jing reminded. Although these two races are not aggressive right now, it doesn't mean that they won't be like this in the future. It's fine. I'm just trying it out on a small scale. The reason why I chose this place is also because of my considerations. Shanxiang let the 6 realms mirrors land on the ground and then contacted the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. After contacting the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch, Shenxiang did not immediately take off. Instead, he waited for the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch because there are too many Tiandi race people here and they have all been awakened. Little Sister Jing, didn't we explode a large number of heavenly origin crystals earlier? It will be easier to collect heavenly origin crystals on the Scarlet Dragon Island. Xinxiang said, since I want to create a powerful life form, I must have the ability to absorb heavenly origin crystals. The Tiandi race and the Tiandi beastmen were definitely able to absorb heavenly origin crystals. Otherwise, the Tiandi beastmen would not have created such a large heavenly origin crystal mine so early. That's true. Moreover, there should be something hidden under the Tsanglan Sea that can quickly create heavenly origin crystal mine. Little sister Xiao Jing said, it's easier to enter the Earth's core from the deep sea. The answer to why you can create such a large-scale heavenly origin crystal mine so quickly is under the Saint Xian star's core. Yes, Xinxiang said. To create a powerful life form, one needs a powerful energy source. The big life spirit will definitely not help me, so I can only rely on myself and the small life spirit now. Big brother, you will definitely succeed. I believe in you. Little sister Xiao Jing is full of confidence in Xinxiang. Thank you for your support. Although Xinxiang had this plan, he had no idea how to create powerful creatures. He only had a general direction and idea. He sat on the trunk of the tree and waited for the arrival of the Red Dragon Clan leader. At the same time, he pondered if he had missed any crucial information. When the Tiandi race comes to the world-defying stage universe, they will definitely be affected by the world-defying stage universe and undergo a huge change. Xinxiang rubbed his chin and said, could it be that the Tiandi race will be assimilated by the world-defying stage universe? That's for sure. Wasn't Ying the same? She was originally from the Life Soul 6 races, but the aura of her Life Soul 6 races is gradually weakening. Xiao Jing said, if she can't adapt to the environment, she will be eliminated by the environment. The great life soul of the world-defying stage universe has not fallen into anyone's hands yet. In other words, all living beings in the world-defying stage universe, their growth and evolution are all affected by the great life soul. Xinxiang frowned and said, then the great life soul can adjust the laws and then weaken all living beings. This was just Xinxiang's guess. In short, the great life soul definitely had a huge plan and had even convinced Wang Camtin. Otherwise, Wang Camtin would not have helped the great life soul so diligently. I have a small life soul. The living beings I create should not be weakened by the laws of the world-defying stage universe. In the period of time that Xinxiang had been in the sacred domain, he could feel the power of the world-defying stage universe's laws. It was impossible to restrain him. You'll know once you try. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. Big brother, have you thought about how to use the world-defying God furnace to create life? I haven't thought about it yet. Xinxiang spread out his hands and laughed bitterly. This seems to be very difficult. Right now, I can only start by modifying it, such as modifying the Scarlet Dragon Clan. Directly creating something was very difficult for Xinxiang. As for the Scarlet Dragon Clan, they were outstanding in all aspects. He could first use the power of the little life soul to modify them and see how the effects were. Not long after, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch arrived. He was alone. When he saw Xinxiang, he also bowed respectfully. Dragon Lord, did you get anything out of the sea? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch asked. The Tianwu orcs are very strong, but they are not as aggressive as the legends say. Xinxiang said, how have you guys been getting along with the Tianwu orcs in the past few days? They are not aggressive, they just look down on us. Some of them are more curious about us. There are also some who hate us. In short, there are a lot of them, and they have all sorts of thoughts about us. Overall, they will not slaughter us. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said, "If it's a one-on-one fight, can the strongest person in the Scarlet Dragon clan defeat them?" Xinxiang asked. I don't know, because I've never fought before. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch shook his head and said, "I can't see their cultivation. Their cultivation seems to be very different from ours. Do they have a person in charge of the Scarlet Dragon Island?" Xinxiang had come into contact with the Tianwu race before, but he did not study them in depth, so he did not know how strong the Tianwu race was. Yes, they're all wearing blue clothes. That is to say, the Tianwu high race, they have an extremely high status. Those in white are all very respectful to them. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said they have a strict hierarchy. No matter how weak the people in blue are, they are still a level higher than them. Patriarch, have you ever told them that the Scarlet Dragon Island is your territory? Xinxiang said again. Chapter 40, 344. The Scarlet Dragon Island was the largest island in the Canglan Sea. Although it was called an island, it was indeed about the size of a continent. The number of Scarlet Dragon race members was pitifully small compared to such a continent. As natives, if they did not lower their voices in the face of a large group of powerful outsiders, they would only die. When Xinxiang was talking to the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch earlier, he already knew that the Scarlet Dragon race had suffered a lot. Dragon Lord, are we going to start a war with them? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch could only think of this. In his opinion, this was the only way to chase away the invaders. That spatial gate of theirs is still spewing out flying shuttles, right? Xinxiang laughed. As long as we block that door. Ah, how? How do we block it? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was shocked. He had seen the spatial gate at close range. It was so huge, and its power was so strong that it had been spewing out flying shuttles for a long time. A large number of Tianwu people, higher races, lower races, and royal families would be spewed out from that spatial gate every day. According to their numbers of tens of billions, it would definitely take a long time. I need a large number of heavenly beads, Xinxiang said. So next, I will train you all and help me gather 100 trillion heavenly beads in a short period of time. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was shocked. What did Xinxiang want the heavenly beads for? Of course, it was to drive the 6 realms mirrors, use it to grow bigger, and then seal the spatial gate. After sealing it, he would be able to sit down and negotiate with the Tianwu race. The Tianwu race wanted to start a war with the Tianwu orcs. The Tianwu orcs had more people, and they were not obstructed from coming from the heavenly nightmare universe. If the Tianwu race's spatial gate was sealed by Xinxiang, it meant that their numbers would be greatly reduced. At this time, Xinxiang would be able to negotiate with the Tianwu race. The premise was that the 6 realms mirrors could withstand it and not be destroyed by the Tianwu people. Not long after, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch had gathered more than 70,000 Scarlet Dragon clansmen. Only 50,000 people were suitable for mining. Then, Xinxiang began to control the Holy Soul Dan inside the 6 realms mirrors, and began to refine pills on a large scale. Although Xinxiang had been busy with all sorts of things during this period of time, he was not idle inside the 6 realms mirrors. Not only could the Holy Soul Dan puppet refine pills, it could also refine equipment. Yes, Xinxiang had made the Saint Soul pill puppet even stronger, and with the help of little sister Xiaojing, the Saint Soul pill puppet now had its own body. The number of Saint Soul pill puppets was also increasing. Now, there were already 500 of them. Xinxiang collected a large number of souls and equipment materials, and most of them were refined into the body of the Saint Soul elixir puppet by little Jing. After the Saint Soul Dan was able to refine artifacts, it also refined a large number of pill furnaces and the like. Right now, he was rapidly refining pills, refining tools, and crafting talismans. This was Xinxiang's secret power, which only the demonic ape dragon knew. Ape demonic dragon, and the others were not idle either. They ate all kinds of poison pills to increase their toxicity. Moreover, their cultivation base was constantly increasing. Shin Xiang was going to refine a concealment pill. After eating it, he would be able to completely conceal himself. Then he would be able to hide tens of thousands of Scarlet Dragon Man and dig for heavenly jewels underground. This was not difficult for him at all. It was very easy for him to concoct a pill formula, and then he began to refine it in batches. Big Brother, the Saint Soul Dan puppet, has a body. If it is improved, it might be able to fight. Little sister Xiao Jing said, I can refine the body of the Saint Soul Dan puppet even stronger. The 4 symbols' divine weapons had all been refined by the 6 realms mirrors before. So little sister Xiao Jing herself was also a hidden refiner. There's no rush. Xinxiang said, Little sister Xiao Jing, how is your research on that dragon egg? Just as Big Brother guessed, that egg has the power to reverse time. Little sister Xiao Jing said, I don't know what exactly caused that egg to possess the time laws. Chapter 40, 345. Shen Xiang had a very pleasant conversation with Yan Qing, but that did not mean that all the Tianwu people were as easy to talk to as Yan Qing. In the eyes of the Tianwu people, the people of the sacred domain were originally very weak and lowly. If it was a Tianwu with a bad temper, they would not give any face to the people of the sacred domain. Shin Xiang is still in the tree hole and did not immediately go out. He is currently studying the 2 soul talents that are waiting to awaken. If there is no situation outside, he does not want to go out. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch is outside, very politely welcoming the incoming Tianwu people. Shin Xiang let the Devil Shadow Divine Soul go over and watch. If there really was an emergency, the Devil Shadow Divine Soul could also help a little. Shen Xiang is inside the tree hole. He can only use his powerful consciousness to sense that a large number of Tianwu people are approaching. He cannot see the situation outside. Let's listen to what they are saying. Shan Xiang released even more of his consciousness outside to listen to the voices in the distance. How many times have I said, you lowly fellows, don't always occupy this kind of empty place? A Tianwu person said, The Scarlet Dragon Island is our birthplace. Can't we even have our own territory? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch is somewhat angry, but his tone is still very calm. This island is above our spatial gate. It was originally ours. The Tianwu person sneered and said, Don't even think about having territory here. You can't even occupy an inch of such a precious territory. Don't go too far. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said angrily, What, you want to fight against us? If not for the orders from above, I would have already slaughtered you. The Tianwu person snorted, Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? If you don't behave, you will all die if the orders come down. Previously, the Tianwu Thunder King had said that they would not slaughter the people of the sacred domain, and they had indeed given the order. But it was hard to say whether or not they would carry it out in the end. We only want this land. We don't occupy a lot of space, can't we do that? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch also did not want to start conflict, because Shen Xiang needed them to settle down and dig for heavenly jewels. No means no, the Heavens host said angrily. Do you really think we don't dare to face you? Shen Xiang immediately came out of the tree hole and quickly ran to the Red Dragon Patriarch side. What if we don't leave? Shen Xiang said to the Tianwu in a very unyielding tone. It was a leader from the upper Celestial Pit race. He brought 10 lower Celestial Pit race members with him. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing blue clothes. When the other 10 lower clansmen saw that Shen Xiang had used that tone to speak to the leader, they immediately revealed ferocious expressions. They all stared at Shen Xiang, looking very angry. He had already gotten the Red Dragon clan leader to secretly order the other Red Dragons to hide. If you don't want to leave, then die. The leader laughed coldly. Killing you is just a warm-up for us. You bunch of trash. I really don't know what gave you the courage to speak to me like that. Didn't you just say that there are orders from above to not allow you to act recklessly? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Xin Xiang said. Of course not. If we kill you here, as long as we don't tell anyone, who will know? Besides, that kind of order doesn't have any binding force. The reason why we didn't make a move was mainly because we were afraid of dirtying this land. The leader looked at Shen Xiang with contempt, as if he was looking at a dead man. In order to protect our home, we can only retaliate. Shen Xiang sighed. He had already taken out the 6 realms mirrors. Trash like you actually want to retaliate? Your so-called counterattack is equivalent to suicide. The leader laughed out loud. The other 10 Tian Wu people were also rubbing their fists and palms, their faces sinister. It was obvious that they had already decided on their opponents. The Red Dragon Patriarch was very angry and was prepared to die in battle. He knew that Xin Xiang was the Dragon Lord, but Shen Xiang's current cultivation was too low. It was very difficult for him to defeat these 11 Tian Wu people. You are the trash. A group of outsiders. Don't be so arrogant. Xin Xiang said coldly. Little thing, go to hell. The leader quickly punched out, and the powerful qi that burst out actually shattered all the giant trees in the surroundings. Even the 10 Tian Wu people behind him were sent flying by the energy that burst out from his body. Then they all revealed looks of shock. Chapter 43-46. Shen Xiang still did not have enough understanding of the Tian Wu people. But since the Tian Wu people had souls, it would be easy to deal with them. Although their souls were very strong, with the cooperation of Xin Xiang and little sister Xiaojing, coupled with the 6 realms mirrors Saray formation consuming a large amount of heavenly jewels, the power released was able to extract their souls. Of course, this process would consume a large amount of heavenly jewels. Shen Xiang had yet to ask little sister Xiaojing how much she had consumed. However, according to the 6 realms mirrors he had sensed earlier, it had consumed a lot of heavenly jewels. Very quickly, the souls of the 10 Tian Wu people were also extracted, and their bodies were devoured by the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors could devour these bodies to cultivate, which would make the 6 realms mirrors stronger. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch was dumbstruck. The Tian Wu people who were undefeatable in their eyes had actually been killed by Xin Xiang in his youth state, and one of them was even a very strong upper race person. Patriarch, hurry up and clean up this place. Don't leave anything too conspicuous behind. I need to start cultivating immediately. Xin Xiang said. There will definitely be more Tian Wu people causing trouble. We must quickly block that spatial door. Yes, sir. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch originally wanted to say some words of praise, but now he could only quickly clean up the traces of the battle. Shen Xiang immediately returned to the tree hole from before. Little sister Xiaojing, how many heavenly jewels did you consume just now? Xin Xiang asked. About 200 billion heavenly jewels were consumed. Little sister Xiaojing said, their strength is too strong. What? I thought it was only 100 billion. Xin Xiang was shocked. These guys are far stronger than I imagined. Just killing 10 of them had used up so many heavenly jewels, so relying on the 6 realms mirrors was not a long-term plan. Therefore, he had to block the spatial door and force the Tian Wu people to leave the Scarlet Dragon Island. With the large number of heavenly jewels in the Scarlet Dragon Island, Shen Xiang relied on these heavenly jewels to maintain his powerful strength and pass through his weak period. I have to say, these Tian Wu people are indeed terrifying. There's a lot of elemental energy in their souls. Shen Xiang looked at the souls carefully and realized that the upper race person had the most elemental energy. The better a person's talent, the more elemental energy they would have. Elemental endowment was fixed. As a person continued to grow and comprehend, their elemental endowment would gradually increase. If the endowment elemental energy was taken away and used up, it wasn't that it couldn't be regenerated, but it would take a very, very long time. Shen Xiang's elemental power had been depleted before, but he could regenerate it very quickly. This was the strength of his soul. Upper race people are born with a lot of elemental energy. Xin Xiang was shocked in his heart. The upper race people's elemental energy is dozens of times more than those lower race people. This is too terrifying. Moreover, the Tianwu clansmen also had a lot of elemental energy. Xin Xiang had killed the experts from the Six Paths Sacred Gate before, and their elemental energy was much higher than most people. However, the lower clansman's Yuan Qi was 10 times more than the Six Paths Saint Gate's Yuan Qi. Then, what about the elemental energy of the Heavenly Nightmare royal family? Are all these elemental energies inherited from bloodlines? Xin Xiang was shocked. However, he was now sure of one thing, and that was that when creating living beings, he had to ensure that there was enough elemental energy, and that the growth rate of the elemental energy had to be very fast. Xin Xiang had guessed before that if a large amount of elemental energy was injected into the unawakened soul, then the awakened soul would be even stronger. Therefore, he planned to gather enough elemental energy and use the world-defying God furnace to refine pills. Then he would eat them and inject them into the unawakened soul to awaken the soul. Now that he had killed the Tianwu people, he had tasted the sweetness of it. He had collected quite a bit of elemental energy, but he still felt that it was not enough. These guys have so much elemental energy. I can collect a lot. Xin Xiang's eyes lit up. Although the Heavenly Nightmare royal family had given the order that they were not allowed to kill the people of the world-defying stage universe, this order did not have any binding force. There were a lot of Tianwu clansmen and Tianwu clansmen, and many of them ignored the people of the world-defying stage universe. Chapter 43-47. My Eye of the Clear Heart really likes to absorb Heavenly Nightmare power. It seems that this Heavenly Nightmare power contains the energy of the life spirit. Xin Xiang told Xiao Jing about this discovery. Big brother, the life spirit's energy can also be regenerated. For example, the medicinal ingredients of the Heavenly Nightmare universe can absorb the Heavenly Nightmare power and grow it. Refining it into a pill will allow one to obtain even more Heavenly Nightmare power. Little sister Xiaojing said, I just don't know if those medicinal ingredients can grow in the world-defying stage universe. I don't think so. After Xin Xiang ate the Heavenly Core Dan, the energy directly entered his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the clear heart I was slowly absorbing. Xin Xiang did not need to go into seclusion to cultivate. He took out the medicinal ingredient that the Heavenly Demon clan member had given him, which was the Heavenly Demon Ginseng. After studying it for a while, he said, as expected, it is impossible to grow it. The world-defying stage universe does not have the power of Heavenly Demon, so this medicinal ingredient needs to absorb the power of Heavenly Demon. Big brother, now that the 2 portals are open, is the Heavenly Nightmare universe constantly spewing out energy? Then, after a period of time, there will be a large amount of Heavenly Succubus energy flowing in the sacred region. Xiao Jing said, That's right. Xin Xiang suddenly thought of something and said, Then all the more reason we need to take down Crimson Dragon Island. The Scarlet Dragon Island itself has a spatial door. A large amount of heavenly scale energy gushing out means that a large amount of heavenly scale energy will enter the Scarlet Dragon Islands underground. Xiao Jing said, Yes, and the Heavenly Nightmare Beast sect on the other side of the sea also sent a large amount of Heavenly Nightmare energy into the sea. The Scarlet Dragon Island can absorb the Heavenly Succubus's power when it comes into contact with the sea, Xin Xiang said with a smile. It seems like the energy of the Heavenly Succubus universe is formed by the Heavenly Succubus Great Life Spirit. Big brother, the Heavenly Ho-Orcs and the Heavenly Ho-Orcs all have those Heavenly Nightmare altars. I suspect that those Heavenly Nightmare altars can convert any kind of energy into Heavenly Nightmare power with the Fate Soul attribute. Little Mirror continued. Or perhaps the Heavenly Nightmare altars are formations that gather Heavenly Nightmare power? It could be. Xin Xiang nodded his head. When they come to the world-defying stage universe, they also need to continue absorbing the power of the sky nightmare. Of course, they will gradually adapt to the energy of the world-defying stage universe in the future, and then they will gradually be assimilated. Shenxiang suddenly had a set of ideas for cultivation. He planned to fuse his own soul, Heavenly Tao Seed and Tao Yuan crystal together. His Tao Yuan crystal and Heavenly Tao Seed were both very special. If he could fuse them with his soul, then his power would be even more peculiar, especially the Heavenly Tao Seed and Tao Origin crystal. If he could merge them into his sea of consciousness, it would undoubtedly strengthen his soul and soul. There was another advantage to doing this, and that was to hide the Tao Origin crystal within the soul fuse sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was in the depths of the soul, and Shenxiang's soul was very strong. If he encountered a strong enemy that he couldn't defeat and reached the point where his physical body was destroyed, then his soul would be able to escape with the Tao Yuan crystal. Also, during the battle, he was not afraid that the Tao Origin crystal would be shattered by others. The shattering of the Tao Origin crystal could cause one's physical body to explode. Or, if the Tao Origin crystal was taken out by someone, one would need to cultivate anew. No, I still need to fuse with the Six Realms mirrors. The more Shenxiang thought about it, the crazier he became. If he was even closer to the Six Realms mirrors, he would be able to strengthen himself in all aspects. If he wanted to cultivate, his speed would still be very fast, but he still felt that it was very slow. If he could fuse with the Six Realms mirrors, and then use the Six Realms mirrors to cultivate and absorb energy, his speed would be even faster. Furthermore, even if he did not break through, he could still use the Six Realms mirrors to possess powerful strength. Shenxiang told his thoughts to little sister Xiaojing. Big brother, I think it's feasible. After little sister Xiaojing heard this, she was also very excited and laughed. The Six Realms mirrors was originally very compatible with Big Brother. I also want to know what kind of state Big Brother will be in after fusing with the Six Realms mirrors a step further. Shenxiang was already very close to the Six Realms mirrors now, because the Six Realms mirrors was inside Shenxiang's body. However, Shenxiang planned to establish an even closer connection between his own soul, Tao Yuan crystal, and soul with the Six Realms mirrors. Shenxiang began to try, but it did not go smoothly at all. No, the Tao Yuan crystal can't enter my soul space. Shenxiang frowned. Could it be that my soul is not strong enough? Big brother, your soul hasn't opened up a space yet. The Tao Yuan crystal has a lot of mass and powerful energy. Little sister Xiaojing said, also, if the Six Realms mirrors wants to fuse with your soul, then there must be a space within your soul. To be able to open up a space within the soul and store a large mass of objects, this was simply inconceivable. However, this was not impossible. As long as the soul was strong enough, it could be done. The way to make the soul stronger was to quickly devour the powerful soul. To make the soul fuse sea of consciousness stronger, one also needed to absorb the Fu Yuan energy. Chapter 43-48. Shenxiang had already decided to stay in the Scarlet Dragon Island for a long time. But before the Tianwu people left the Scarlet Dragon Island, the island would not be at peace. In this kind of environment, he was not allowed to calmly conduct research. No, I have too many things to do. I don't have any power, so I can't do anything. Shenxiang felt a headache when he thought about this. For example, right now, the Tianwu people would definitely come and harass them from time to time. To block the spatial door of the Tianwu people, they would need at least 100 trillion heavenly jewels, and this would take a period of time to collect. If this continues, the progress will be too slow. Shenxiang could not wait that long. He had to use the Six Realms mirrors as soon as possible to seal the spatial door. Little sister Xiaojing, is there any other way to get the Six Realms mirrors to seal the spatial door faster? Shenxiang said, according to the previous plan, we would need 100 trillion heavenly jewels to activate the Six Realms mirrors. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a long time. Shen Xiang needed a lot of time to study the soul bestow a life soul. Without properly handling the matters of the Scarlet Dragon Island, he would not be able to focus on studying these things. He had to take down the Scarlet Dragon Island and use it as a foundation. Then he would get the Scarlet Dragon clan to help him collect heavenly jewels or collect heavenly origin crystals in the future. Shen Xiang needed these resources as a foundation for all kinds of research. Big brother, I thought of a way, but I can't guarantee success because I've never tried it before. Little sister Xiaojing said, What method? Why can't you guarantee success? Little sister Jing, you should know a lot about the 6 realms mirrors. Could it be that this is the ability you just thought of? Shen Xiang laughed. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, it's fine to try, right? But if it fails, we will lose a large amount of heavenly jewels, because that method also requires a large number of heavenly jewels as a foundation to activate. Little sister Xiaojing said, Big brother, you decide whether to try or not. What method? Tell me. Shen Xiang planned to understand this method clearly before deciding whether to try it or not. Open the world-defying mountain and river diagram of the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiaojing said, Let the world-defying mountain and river diagram appear in the sky above the Scarlet Dragon Island. Yeah, there's still the world-defying mountain and river diagram. I almost forgot about this thing. But what about after opening the world-defying mountain and river diagram? Shen Xiang naturally knew that the world-defying mountain and river diagram was very powerful, but he did not know the specific usage. Through the world-defying mountain and river diagram, we can gather the energy of all the heavenly jewels in the Scarlet Dragon Island. By guiding this energy into the divine mirror of 6 realms, we can make the divine mirror of 6 realms bigger and stronger, and suppress the spatial door of the heavenly nightmare person. Xiaojing said, It's just that, in order to activate a sufficiently powerful world-defying mountain-river diagram, a large number of heavenly jewels are required in the early stages. How much do you need? Shen Xiang asked. We can try this method. The world-defying stage mountain and river diagram could be released through the 6 realms mirrors, and the area it covered was very wide. Little sister Xiaojing had said before that the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram was very profound, and when used it could allow the 6 realms mirrors to possess powerful abilities. At least 10 trillion. Little sister Xiaojing said, You should be able to get that in a short time, right? That's not a problem. Shen Xiang nodded. Just try it. Anyway, we need to understand the abilities of the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram. Indeed, I only know a little about the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram right now. Little sister Xiaojing said, I keep having the feeling that the birth of the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram is related to you, Big brother. As for what kind of existence it is exactly, I don't understand either. Whatever, this is a good thing anyway. We'll just have to slowly dig it out. Shen Xiang laughed. Little sister Jing, it's up to you now. Shen Xiang immediately contacted him. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch asked him to contact the Scarlet Dragon Man who had gone out to dig for heavenly jewels. Every once in a while, he would come back to rest for a while. With tens of thousands of Scarlet Dragon Men going out, they could dig up hundreds of billions of heavenly jewels in a day. This speed also shocked Shen Xiang. Big brother, the Scarlet Dragon race is a very outstanding race. It was created by little sister Red Dragon. I feel that the Scarlet Dragon race still has a lot of room for improvement. Little sister Xiaojing said, Maybe you can try to help little sister Red Dragon perfect the Scarlet Dragon race. Is that so? Shen Xiang chuckled a few times, then rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, Then the first step of my creation will be to use the Scarlet Dragon race to practice. Big brother, don't make the Scarlet Dragon race regress. Little sister Xiaojing chuckled. Don't harm the Scarlet Dragon race. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't kill anyone. Xinxiang said, they are indeed too weak. I want to make them stronger for their own good. Of course, they can understand my good intentions. Xinxiang also wanted to hurry up, but the current conditions did not allow it. He could not use the small life soul's power that he needed. The world-defying God furnace was a small life soul, and now that it had devoured the heavenly nightmare's small life soul, it was in a state of deep sleep. He realized that he needed to use the world-defying God furnace for a lot of research. Chapter 40, 349. After the Crimson Dragon Race's hidden patrol team discovered them, they immediately reported the news to the Crimson Dragon Race leader. After the Crimson Dragon Race leader found out, he immediately contacted Xinxiang. Dragon Master, there are 100 Tianwu people entering our territory. The Crimson Dragon Race leader was outside Xinxiang's tree hole and said in a low voice, "What should we do next?" The Crimson Dragon Race leader had seen how Xinxiang had killed the Tianwu people before, so now that the Tianwu people had come, he was not as flustered as before. Just like before, tell the other clansmen to hide well, then leave it to me. Xinxiang said, whether or not we kill them depends on their attitude. Their attitude doesn't seem to be very good, because they cut down trees all the way here. The Crimson Dragon Race leader said, I told those young people and little ghosts to hide underground. There are quite a few people from the Tian-Wu people this time. Dragon Master, do you think we should hide as well? If those guys can find this place, even if we hide, they can still find us. Xinxiang said, I'll go meet them. Xinxiang immediately left the tree hole and went to the Crimson Dragon Race leader's side. Then he followed the Crimson Dragon Race leader to an empty space. Not long after, the Tian-Wu people rushed over from all directions and surrounded Xinxiang and the others. With a glance, there were only 2 Tian-Wu people in blue clothes. The rest were all lower clansmen. Judging from the aura, there are at least tens of thousands of them in the vicinity. But now I only see the 2 of you. Are the rest of you hiding? The one who spoke was a Tian-Wu person. He had the appearance of a young man, and his eyes were cold. This is our territory, Xinxiang said. Everyone, you have disturbed us. Please leave. Your territory? Why don't you take a look at yourselves? How could you have your territory here? You actually want us to leave? Who do you think you are? The other high clansman also spoke. He looked like a youth, and his tone was very arrogant. Are you the subordinates of the Heaven Thunder King? Xinxiang asked. Have you heard of the Heaven Thunder King? Humph. How could we be the subordinates of this idiot? Listen carefully. We are the Fire King Army. The Thunder King Army are all idiots. It seems like you've come into contact with the Thunder King Army before. No wonder you think we're easy to bully. The youth sneered. The Thunder King has never dared to cause any trouble. Furthermore, Yuru is Ro. What did this coward say before? There is always someone stronger, and there is always someone stronger in the world-defying stage universe. After we come to the world-defying stage universe, don't cause trouble everywhere. The young man also mocked the Thunder King. Xinxiang also knew that within such a huge power like the Heavenly Ho clan, even if they were facing external enemies, it was impossible for them to be of one mind. For example, the Heaven's Ho Fire Emperor and the Heaven's Ho Thunder Emperor should be the type that did not like each other. Xinxiang could rely on influencing other people's emotions to fight, but there were too many people in front of him, so it was impossible for him to influence the emotions of so many people. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat these powerful Tianwu clan members, he still had to rely on the 6 realms mirrors. Let me ask you, did you encounter people like us before? The young man asked. That's right. Xinxiang said, they are as arrogant as you. You. Where did they go? The young man said coldly. They're all dead. Xinxiang smiled. I'm sorry, you guys are a step too late. They don't even have bones. I'm not saying that they're weak, but those guys are really no different from mud. I can just touch them and they'll shatter. The 100 or so Tianwu people were immediately shocked to the extreme. Zero, the Tianwu people, were very powerful, and there was even a leader from the Tianwu clan. They were actually killed, and they did not have much of an aura left, which meant that they had been killed without any intense battles. The young man in front of him looked so calm and composed. He had killed more than 10 Tianwu people, yet he still had such a mentality. This meant that he was not afraid of these 100 or so Tianwu people at all. However, the creatures in the sacred domain of the world-defying stage universe were all very weak. How could he possibly defeat these creatures from the powerful universe? Are you friends with those guys? You look like they're wearing the same clothes, and your auras are about the same. Don't tell me you guys also shattered with a single touch? Xinxiang sighed. I really don't understand. Why are you guys so weak and still so confident? Ew. What did you do to them? The young man shouted in shock. He was a little afraid now. Shattering with a single touch? How powerful was that? Their bodies were very sturdy, and even powerful weapons would find it difficult to destroy them. How could they shatter with a single touch? Don't you understand? They're all dead. Xinxiang was helpless and spread out his hands. This is not my fault. They are too weak. I originally thought that I would show mercy, but I was already very gentle, and they were still killed by me. You really can't blame me for this. The other Tianwu people found it hard to believe that this was true. Chapter 4350. You're about to die and you're still asking why? What an unnecessary move. Xinxiang shook his head and sighed. You guys always like to court death. You don't even know how you died before you died. Too sad. The rest of the Tianwu people were stunned. Let's attack together. The blue youth was also shocked. After he calmed down, he realized that he could not fight Xinxiang one-on-one. He had to attack him together to deal with a lowly person from the world-defying stage universe. They actually needed so many people to besiege him. If this matter were to spread out, they would definitely be laughed at by the other Tianwu people. Even now, they found it hard to accept that a high race person was instantly killed by a low race person. They were even more unable to accept that so many people had to join hands to besiege a low-life form of the world-defying stage universe. Sister Jing, how many heavenly jewels will it take to kill these guys? Xinxiang asked. About 1 trillion. Little Jing replied. Don't worry, there are enough heavenly jewels to kill them all. Only 1 trillion? Then hurry up and kill them. Xinxiang did not feel any heartache for the heavenly jewels now. In his opinion, this 1 trillion was worth it, after killing nearly 100 Tianwu people. Just the Fu Yuan energy and their powerful souls were enough to make them rich. The souls of the Tianwu people could be used to refine Saint Soul pellets. The Fu Yuan energy could be used to refine pills and then awaken or strengthen the soul talent. As for their bodies, they could be devoured and absorbed by the 6 realms mirrors. Although the Tianwu people were a bit arrogant, their entire bodies were treasures, so Xinxiang also felt that they were very pleasing to the eye. The 6 realms mirrors flew out and at the same time activated the 6 paths Tai Chi array. In an instant, it sent a large group of Tianwu people flying and then sucked them into the 6 realms mirrors to kill them. Previously, killing 10 Tianwu people used up 200 billion heavenly jewels. Now, killing 100 Tianwu people used up 1 trillion, so it was not a lot. The main thing was to operate the 6 paths Tai Chi array, which required a lot of heavenly jewels to operate. If he only attacked a few Tianwu people, it would not be worth it. For example, the previous 200 billion heavenly jewels should be able to kill at least 20 to 30 Tianwu people. The most cost-effective thing was to face enough Tianwu people. For example, attacking more than 100 celestial horsemen just now was the ideal situation. Opening the 6 realms Tai Chi formation, at the same time allowing the 6 realms mirrors to be in a very strong state, continuously attacking for a short period of time. They're all dead. Xinxiang looked at the 6 realms mirrors and slowly stopped. He was very satisfied and revealed a bright smile. He had obtained a large amount of elemental energy and a powerful soul. I wonder what the heavenly nightmare imperial family is like. Shen Xiang looked at the soul inside the 6 realms mirrors, and then imagined the elemental energy of the heavenly nightmare imperial family. If the upper race had more elemental energy than the lower race, then the imperial family would definitely have more. Clan leader, contact the brothers who went out to mine heavenly jewels and tell them to be more careful, Shen Xiang exhorted. Yes, the Red Dragon Patriarch was already used to Shen Xiang's strength, so he appeared very calm this time, but he was still very shocked. The Red Dragon clansmen who went out to collect heavenly jewels could dig up about 1 trillion heavenly jewels every day. Therefore, the heavenly jewels that Shen Xiang had just consumed could be quickly replenished. If he wanted to increase the speed of digging, he would need more storage pills. Therefore, Shen Xiang had the Holy Soul Dan puppet desperately refine them. The world-defying God furnace has been refining and fusing with the heavenly nightmare little life spirit for so long. Shen Xiang looked at the world-defying God furnace. He really needed the world-defying God furnace to refine pills. This was because using the world-defying God furnace to refine elemental energy would make it even better. If he used other pill furnaces, the effects would be much, much worse. What surprised Shen Xiang was that after the green dragon demon slayer fused with the killing red dragon soul, it was gradually waking up. Chapter 43:51. Shen Xiang understood that he needed the world-defying God furnace to refine the Tianyuan crystal mine into a pill. The Tianyuan crystal Dan refined by the world-defying God furnace must be very strong. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Now we're just waiting for the world-defying God furnace. Shen Xiang laughed. Although my cultivation did not go up, I can rely on my pill techniques to make me very strong. Big brother, actually, you don't have to be in a hurry to cultivate. You can try to refine pills and train your entire body from top to bottom. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. Then I will use the 6 realms mirrors to refine you. You will be a human-shaped divine weapon. That's right. Shen Xiang's eyes lit up and said, I can combine it with my previous thoughts. For example, fuse the soul endowment, Dao Yuan crystal, and so on, and my body will be refined again. I will turn myself into a divine weapon. It's not completely a divine weapon. You're still human. Little sister Xiao Jing giggled. If you are completely a divine weapon, how can you live a happy life with those beautiful sisters? You little mischievous girl. Shen Xiang laughed and scolded. Little sister Xiao Jing looked like a little girl on the outside, and this was all her disguise. She was the soul of the 6 realms mirrors, and had existed for who knows how many years. Big brother, think about it carefully. If your body is like a divine weapon, you can fuse with the 4 symbols divine weapons. In other words, you can use the heavenly origin divine power through the green dragon demon slayer, or through the green dragon demon slayer, you can absorb the heavenly origin crystal. Little sister Xiaojing also gradually became excited, because once she reached the form she had imagined, then Shen Xiang would be very strong. Heavenly origin divine power. This is a power that only the divine realm has. Shen Xiang rubbed his chin and said, In the sacred domain, the divine power within the living beings is restricted by the laws and cannot be displayed to its strongest level. However, the heavenly origin divine power inside the Tianyuan crystal can. If it's the same as we imagined, then, big brother, you will be invincible in the sacred domain. Little sister Xiaojing said, Think about it, for symbols divine weapons with 6 realms mirrors, plus you, a human-shaped divine weapon. How strong would that be? Holy venerables, profound sages, heavenly sages, and so on. You might even be able to tear them apart with your bare hands. That's right. However, I still have to keep some things, such as soul bestowment, heavenly Dao seed, and Dao origin crystal. These have to be kept, right? Shen Xiang said with a smile. Of course. The Tao Origin Crystal will be your energy space. Soul Bestowment was an auxiliary ability. The Heavenly Tao Seed can increase your perception. Little sister Xiao Jing said, I've decided. This is the direction of my cultivation. Xinxiang patted his thigh and said with a smile, I will definitely shock everyone when the time comes. At that time, no one will be able to see through Big Brother's cultivation, because Big Brother has no cultivation, Little Mirror said. This was also because of the changes in the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, which gave Xinxiang and little sister Xiao Jing an idea, which was why they decided to do this. Xinxiang continued to refine the Holy Soul Dan. To Xinxiang, the souls of those Tian Ho Clan S were simply the best. The Holy Soul Dan required a very strong soul. In the past, Xinxiang had to fuse and refine a large number of souls in order to refine a usable soul. But now he could easily obtain a usable soul. Big Brother, if you want a strong enough Holy Soul Dan, it would be best to use the soul of a royal family to refine it. Little sister Xiaojing said, Of course, these Holy Soul Dan can all be fused with the souls of the Tianho imperial family in the future to strengthen themselves. There are quite a few people in the Heavenly Nightmare imperial family. That Heavenly Nightmare Fire King's faction should be the very brutal kind. They are my target, Xinxiang said. While Xinxiang was refining the soul, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch ran over in a hurry. He was very flustered. Dragon Lord, another Tianho has come. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch laughed bitterly. I'm really useless. Even a Tianho can scare me. Like this. Patriarch, I will definitely make you very strong in the future, Xinxiang said with a smile, then followed the Crimson Dragon Patriarch out. Xinxiang was very happy that the Tianho had come. After all, they were all here to deliver themselves. There's only one Tianho, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch said. This guy seems to be quite polite. He knows that we are here and very politely said that he wants to talk to the person in charge here. A gentle Tianho? And only one? Xinxiang was somewhat disappointed. Soon he saw that Tianho. It was actually Yan Qing, whom he had met before. Yan Qing was the first Tianho to wake up from the flying shuttle. He was also pried open by Xinxiang. He was indeed quite good. He gave Xinxiang 2 heavenly origin ginseng and was very polite to Xinxiang. Young Master Xin, why are you here? Yan Qing was surprised to see Xinxiang. Brother Yan, did you come by yourself or did you bring a lot of people with you? Xinxiang asked. I came by myself. Yan Qing looked around and sighed. There are many native creatures here, right? I don't know why, but many Tianho people died here. We are in big trouble. Then what are you doing here? Xinxiang asked. Chapter 40, 352. When the Crimson Dragon Patriarch saw the fear on Xinxiang's face, he also secretly felt fear for Xinxiang. However, he quickly caught a strange look in Xinxiang's eyes. Xinxiang is happy? The Crimson Dragon Patriarch recalled how Xinxiang had easily killed so many Tianwu people and immediately understood. As long as you leave this place quickly, nothing will happen. Yan Qing said, They are rushing over, but their speed is not very fast. All right, we will leave as soon as possible. Xinxiang nodded and said, Thank you for telling me, Brother Yan. I can't thank you enough. You're welcome. Yan Qing smiled and said, I'm very happy to be able to help you. After saying that, his expression became serious again as he warned, The people under the Fire King are all very brutal, so you must not meet them. They will definitely find all kinds of reasons to kill you. Brother Yan, what if you were the one facing them? Xinxiang asked. What would they do to you? I don't know. In short, I'm just a small character in their eyes. If they kill me here, I can't do anything. Yan Qing sighed. Suddenly, Yan Qing sensed a trace of a very strange soul fluctuation. Brother Shen, I found something. It might be the murder you were talking about earlier. Yan Qing looked in a direction and said with a frown, That kind of creature is indeed very strange. What murderer? Xinxiang hurriedly asked, then looked around in panic. Didn't you just say that there is an invisible, powerful creature on the Crimson Dragon Island? Yanqing said, I sensed that thing just now. It is indeed invisible. Its soul is indeed very strong. Ah, where? Xinxiang asked anxiously. Over there. I'm going to chase after that thing. Maybe we can find out who killed the people from the Fire Palace. Yanqing pointed in a direction and said, That thing is moving away. I have to chase after it. You must leave this place as soon as possible. Don't meet the people from the Fire Palace. After saying that, Yanqing had already walked far away, quickly chasing after the thing he was talking about. After Yanqing left, Xinxiang revealed a satisfied smile, and a trace of guilt surfaced in his heart. After all, Yanqing was a good person, but he lied to her. That's right, what Yanqing was chasing earlier was precisely the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul. Xinxiang let the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul lure Yanqing away. This way, when the hundreds of heavenly nightmare beings arrived, he could make his move. He didn't want Yanqing to know that he was the one who killed the people from the Flame Manor. It was fine as long as Yanqing didn't know about this matter. Dragon Lord, how long can we hold on? The first time there were 10, then 100, and now there are hundreds, the Red Dragon Patriarch said. The next time it might be thousands. It won't be too long. Xinxiang smiled and said, After this, we'll stop and move to another place. Xinxiang had already obtained 3 trillion heaven beads from the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch, which was what the Scarlet Dragons had dug up during this period of time. Therefore, facing hundreds of heavenly nightmare beings, Xinxiang has nothing to be afraid of. Using a large number of heavenly jewels to obtain the souls and elemental energy of the heavenly nightmare beings is very profitable for Xinxiang, especially the elemental energy. Xinxiang is very lacking right now. If he could gather enough elemental energy, it would help him awaken an even stronger soul talent, which would increase his strength. Patriarch, you just need to hide well. Xinxiang said with smile, I'll wait here for the prey to arrive. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch immediately hid. He is now very relieved of Xinxiang. After Xinxiang turned invisible, he had little sister Xiao Jing check the storage rings of the heavenly nightmare beings and take out a lot of heavenly origin crystals. Then he placed all of them into the energy space of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Inside, the newly evolved Green Dragon Demon Slayer has a space that can absorb the energy of the heavenly origin crystals. Xinxiang wants to test out this saber's new ability. Big Brother, the energy space of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer is beginning to draw out the energy inside the heavenly origin crystals. Little sister Xiaojing said, A large amount of heavenly origin crystal energy has appeared inside the energy space. All right, Xinxiang said with smile. We'll know how powerful it is later. Bang! Chapter 4353. Sure enough, this altar was used for sacrificial offerings. Xinxiang was also very curious. After the sacrifice, what would these people get? Just what kind of power did this altar have? He could only wait until he saw Yanqing in the future to ask what was going on. The 6 realms mirrors flew into the air and suddenly became very big. The mirror faced the ground and then suddenly flashed, as if a vast mirage had appeared, enveloping the entire forest. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was enveloped by the projected illusion array. The forest was no longer a forest, but a huge maze. After the 6 realms mirrors finished releasing the illusion array, it immediately returned to Xinxiang's hands. The walls of the maze were all golden, but in Xinxiang's eyes, they had become translucent. Furthermore, he could pass through the walls of the maze at will. Big Brother, how is this illusion array? Little sister Xiaojing asked with a smile. Very good. Xinxiang was very satisfied and asked, How many heavenly jewels did you use? About 1 trillion heavenly jewels. If we want to destroy them, we will need a lot of heavenly jewels, and we cannot guarantee that we will be able to destroy them all. Little sister Xiao Jing said, Big brother, you have the green dragon demon slayer, and then you trapped them in the illusion array. We can slowly kill them. All right. Shen Xiang also planned to test the power of the green dragon demon slayer. The people gathered at the altar were also dumbfounded because they were surrounded by a golden space. The location of their altar was a large golden hall, and the blue sky could not be seen at the top. Some of them tried to attack, but the energy they shot out all penetrated the top as if it was absorbed. When they used their divine weapons to attack, they felt that they were blocked by the energy wall. This is an illusion array, let's not run around. One of the upper race people shouted, As long as we stand on the altar, we will be safe. However, little sister Xiao Jing would not let them off so easily. In the hall where they were, a gust of wind suddenly appeared and swept them away. Very quickly, they were sent to various parts of the maze and scattered. Big brother, this maze won't last long, so you have to quickly kill them. Little sister Xiao Jing warned. All right. Shen Xiang summoned the green dragon demon slayer and felt that the blade had absorbed enough heavenly origin god power. At this time, a member of the Tian Ho race was walking in the maze. He held a long sword in his hand and was very vigilant, and Shen Xiang was hiding inside the wall. Sister Mirror, when did you master the ability to release the illusion array? Shen Xiang had never known that the 6 realms mirrors had such an ability. This was all comprehended by little sister Xiao Jing, which was why she could use it through the 6 realms mirrors. I comprehended it recently. Xiao Jing smiled and said, Big brother, as you become stronger in all aspects, I will also gradually learn many things. Shen Xiang stared at the high race person who passed by him, and then used the 6 realms mirrors to project a huge beast. The upper race person roared and started attacking the giant beast illusion crazily. At this time, Shen Xiang also rushed behind the upper race person and swung his sword vigorously. The green dragon demon slayer was very quiet. It did not explode with any intense movements, but the energy inside was extremely terrifying. Shen Xiang gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. He could feel how shocking the heavenly origin god power was, especially after passing through the blade of the green dragon demon slayer. It could still be strengthened. The most terrifying thing was that after being strengthened and transformed, the heavenly origin god power had become explosive and ferocious. However, the blade was still very calm and was able to completely restrain that terrifying aura. The upper race person was wearing blue armor. When the green dragon demon slayer slashed at him, the armor also defended itself, and a blue heavenly origin god power shield appeared. However, it was still sliced through by Shen Xiang's blade, and its head was chopped off. So strong! Shen Xiang was ecstatic and excited. I'm invincible. Chapter 40, 354. After the royal family member was killed, he was devoured by the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiao Jing was currently cracking the storage ring. His soul had long been sealed by little sister Xiao Jing, waiting for Shen Xiang to check how much elemental power he had. The 6 realms mirrors flew out and floated above the gigantic flame altar. Then it swallowed the altar into the 6 realms mirrors. Although the altar was very big, it was still too small compared to the huge egg that it had swallowed earlier. Therefore, the 6 realms mirrors was able to easily swallow the altar. After the altar was taken away, the illusion array was also removed. The same consumption of 1 trillion, but the harvest is so great. Not bad. Shen Xiang was very happy in his heart. Then he contacted the Crimson Dragon Patriarch and told him to prepare to retreat. This time, 500 Tian Wu clansmen, 20 higher races, and 1 royal family had been killed. It could be said that the losses were huge. The Fire Manor would definitely send out even stronger people next. Shen Xiang also knew when to stop. If he continued to wait, he could indeed wait for more Tian Wu clansmen. but the other party's numbers and strength would definitely be very strong. He did not want to take such a risk. After all, there were other people from the Crimson Dragon clan here, and most of them were youths and children. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch had been preparing to evacuate the entire time. During this period of time, the Crimson Dragon clan had long gotten used to evacuating. Yan Qing had indeed returned, and he was in a hurry because he realized that a great battle was about to break out here. And when he returned, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. It was the Crimson Dragon Patriarch who came out to welcome him again. "Where's young Master Shen? Have you not left this place yet? What happened here just now?" Yan Qing could see many traces of the giant trees being burned to ashes, as well as the traces of the altar descending. "Brother Yan, we were just about to evacuate." Xinxiang also suddenly jumped out with a face full of fear. "You don't know how terrifying it was just now." A very large altar suddenly smashed down, and it was even burning with flames. It belongs to the Fire Manor. That's the Heavenly Octopus Fire Altar. We also call it the Fire King Altar. Yan Qing frowned. Those who can use altars have very high statuses. Even within the royal family, there are different levels. Xinxiang asked. He thought that every royal family member had an altar. Of course. The royal family members who can use the altars are all very close to the dukes. In short, they are all very important people in the many dukes of the Heavenly Roar race. Yan Qing looked around and said, "What happened just now? Why are the people from the Flame Mansion retreating so quickly?" Of course, Xinxiang wouldn't tell him that those hundreds of people had been killed. "What's the use of that altar?" Xinxiang pretended to be curious and asked. "It's very useful. The altar looked like a huge building that could hold a large number of people. Furthermore, the altar can connect to the Heavenly Ho Divine Realm and can obtain a very strong power from that Heavenly Ho Divine Realm." Yan Qing said. What Tian Ho Divine World?" Xinxiang thought of something. After the sacrificial altar was used, he could actually gain benefits. "We don't know where the Tian Ho Divine World is either. Anyway, there is a special formation in the altar. After the sacrificial ceremony, the formation will absorb the sacrificial offering and a lot of energy will appear in the energy space inside the altar." Yan Qing said, "The energy space inside the altar can store a lot of energy and can be used in battle. What kind of sacrificial offering is usually needed?" Xinxiang recalled that the royal family member had shouted that he wanted some young people to be sacrificed. "We need some living creatures," Yan Qing said. "Living creatures are placed in the formation inside the altar." "Living creatures?" Xinxiang frowned and said, "That means we can also use people as sacrificial offerings." "That's right. Also, if we use human lives, we can exchange for even more energy." Yan Qing looked at a broken tree and confirmed that the Flame King's altar had descended. He didn't suspect that Xinxiang and the others did it because, in his eyes, Xinxiang and the others couldn't kill the Heavenly Ho Divine race, people who used the altar. "If we use human lives as sacrificial offerings, the younger the better," Yan Qing said. "Every once in a while, we will let a group of young children go through an assessment. Those who can't pass the assessment will be sacrificed." "What? That's too cruel." The Crimson Dragon Patriarch is shocked. At the same time, he is also somewhat angry as he said, "What did the young children do wrong?" Xinxiang is also extremely shocked. The Heavenly Ho Divine race often used their own people as sacrificial offerings, but there were still so many of them. Chapter 40, 355. From Xinxiang's point of view, that little altar master was already dead. What else could he cause? Young Master Shin. What exactly happened here? Did that little altar master bring his men and retreat? Yan Qing said, "I am in charge of investigating and spying on this place. I hope that young Master Shin can give me some help." About this, "There was an illusion array earlier," Xinxiang said. "After that, we were trapped in the illusion array. After the illusion array disappeared, this place became very quiet. As expected. No wonder I felt the power of a formation. Yanqing frowned and said solemnly, "What kind of power is this?" "It can actually entangle a group of little altar master's men." "Did the Tianwu orcs come up?" "But there's no aura of the Tianwu orcs here." "Brother Yen, we have to leave. This place is too dangerous." Shen Xiang cupped his fists and said to Yanqing, "Thank you very much for providing us with the information." "You're welcome. Everyone, be more careful in the future. Currently, the Fire King Manor has occupied most of the island." Yanqing said, "This island is divided into two parts. The eastern part is mostly occupied by the Fire King Manor, and the southern part only has a small amount of territory that belongs to our Thunder King Manor. Could it be that only the Fire King Manor and the Thunder King Manor have come from the Heavenly Nightmare universe?" Shen Xiang's face was filled with shock as he immediately stopped and asked. The spatial gate had been open for many days, and a large number of shuttles had flown out. It was actually only the two kings' men. "Our Tianwu race has 3 emperors and 10 kings. The Thunder Sovereign and the Fire Sovereign are both in charge of fighting, so we came over first. Furthermore, there are a lot of them. 3 emperors and 10 kings? Are these 3 emperors all equally powerful?" Xinxiang asked. He remembered that Xue Ying had met the Heavenly Duke Sword King before. 2 of the emperors have 5 kings each. Thunder King and Fire King have different emperor lords behind them. So we are in 2 different camps. But because we have to fight against the Tianwu orcs, we have to work together. Yanqing said. Then there's another great emperor. Is he alone? Xinxiang was quite curious about this thought. Yes, and his whereabouts are unknown. It is said that this great emperor has already arrived in the world-defying universe. Yanqing shook his head and said, "I don't know much about these things. For someone like me, the only person I can come into contact with is the junior altar master. I haven't seen our Thunder King yet." "What? You haven't seen the Heavens' Thunder King yet?" Xinxiang felt that it was a little funny, because he had just seen the Heavens' Thunder King up close not long ago. "There's nothing strange about that." Yanqing said, "The Thunder King residence has an army of 1 billion soldiers. It's impossible for everyone to have seen the Thunder King before." Shen Xiang and the Crimson Dragon tribe leader were both stunned. The Thunder King actually had an army of 1 billion. Just thinking about it was enough to shock them. Of course, an army of 1 billion, when placed in a universe, was frighteningly small. Not to mention a universe. On this gigantic Saint Mysterious star, an army of 1 billion was like an ant compared to a gigantic planet. The members of the Red Dragon clan emerged from the ground one after another, preparing to move. "Brother Yen, we're heading to the south of Crimson Dragon Island. I don't think the Thunder Manor will expel us, right?" Xinxiang asked. "Actually, the Crimson Dragon Island is very big. It's not a big problem to accommodate 2 billion people." "We won't expel you," Yanqing said. "The character of the Tianwu people will be affected by the Thunder King altar. For example, under the influence of the Thunder King altar, our character will converge to the Thunder King. Then I understand. We'll go to the south." Shanxiang is also very interested in the system of the Tianwu people's altar. He is very surprised. He plans to go back and study the Fire King's altar. "You have a lot of people. You must be careful on the road," Yanqing warned. "I want to continue investigating the matter here. I hope we can meet again in the future." "Brother Yen, this is for you. It can be used to communicate from a long distance." Shan Xiang handed over a communication talisman to Yanqing. "Many thanks." Yanqing nodded. Shen Xiang and the Crimson Dragon tribe leader also hurried on their way. Yanqing followed the route that the group of Tianwu people came from. The Crimson Dragon tribe leader contacted the Crimson Dragon tribe members who were out mining along the way and told them to quickly return to the team. Shen Xiang released the 6 realms mirrors and quietly stored the Crimson Dragon tribe members into the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiao Jing drew out a space inside to temporarily accommodate the Crimson Dragon tribe members. Furthermore, she isolated them from the other spaces inside the 6 realms mirrors. The ape devil dragon also stayed in the space inside the 6 realms mirrors, so they did not come into contact with it. Therefore, only Xin Xiang and the Crimson Dragon tribe leader were hurrying along. When they reached the southern part of the Crimson Dragon Island, they could mine in peace. After accumulating enough heavenly jewels, they could open the world-defying mountain and river diagram of the 6 realms mirrors and seal the spatial door. Chapter 43:56. What kind of cultivation technique would the Tianhou race have? This doesn't seem to be of any use to me, but it's not bad to study them. Although I am in a hurry at this time, Shen Xiang can't help but take out several crystals from Divine Mirror of 6 Paths with a very pure soul strength. This is something like an inherited memory. Xin Xiang pinched the crystal and then brought it close to his forehead, drawing out the memories stored within the crystal. Very quickly, his soul absorbed the cultivation technique within the crystal. So that's how it is. Shen Xiang seemed to have gained a lot as he sank into enlightenment. Then he read another crystal. He read 5 crystals in a row. Little sister Jing, not only are there cultivation techniques, there are also many methods related to the altar. This is great. Xin Xiang laughed. That altar is a good thing. We'll do it when we get to a safe place. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. The altar is indeed very powerful. I want to transform it into ours. Shen Xiang read the Tianhou race's cultivation technique and the altar's knowledge from the memories within the crystals. There was a lot of content, and he needed some time to digest it. Along the way, he received many people from the Scarlet Dragon race. If they were in a place that was relatively far away, Xin Xiang would directly fly over. After receiving all the Scarlet Dragon race members, Xin Xiang sped up and flew to the southern part of the Scarlet Dragon Island. Only by reaching there would he not be harassed by the Tianhou people. The eastern part was occupied by the Tianhou Fire King's camp. They were extremely tyrannical and unreasonable. If there were too many of them, Xin Xiang would not be able to do anything to them. I already have 4 trillion heaven beads. I'll be able to gather enough heaven beads to seal that spatial gate very soon. Shen Xiang now knew how many people from the Tianhou race had yet to arrive. On the side of the Tianhou race, there were 2 great emperors and 10 kings. All of them had their own men. Right now, only the Tianhou Fire King and the Tianhou Thunder King's men had come. In other words, there were still 2 emperors and 8 kings in the heavenly nightmare universe. 3 emperors and 10 kings. One of the great emperors might have already arrived at the sacred domain. I wonder if this guy is good or evil. Qin Xiang recalled that Yan Qing had said that this great emperor, whose whereabouts were fleeting, was very strong. Furthermore, he was by himself, which was rather dangerous. If he was alone, there was nothing to worry about. He could do all kinds of damage, and it would be difficult to threaten him. Xin Xiang was afraid that this great emperor would suddenly appear and ruin his plan to seal the space gate. Not only the mysterious great emperor, but also the heavenly dagger sword king, who had helped Shuang before, seemed to have arrived very early. He was the one who had guided Shuang to blow up that batch of heavenly source crystal mines. Don't think too much. I have to believe in little sister Xiao Jing's strength. Shen Xiang knew that little sister Xiao Jing was very powerful. Her previous illusion array was an eye-opener for him. If little sister Xiao Jing successfully used the world-defying mountain and river diagram to seal the spatial door, it would be very difficult for others to stop her. Shen Xiang went to check on the soul of the little altar master from before, and found that this altar master had a lot of elemental energy, far surpassing the upper race people. At least 10 times more than the upper race people. The difference between the lower race people and the imperial race people is even greater, at least a few hundred times. Shen Xiang was shocked. Could it be that the imperial race people are born with so much elemental energy? The lower race people's elemental energy was much higher than the Six Paths Holy Gate experts. The experts from the Six Paths Sacred Gate were considered the strongest in the sacred region. The Heavenly Dagger race's imperial race people's elemental energy was 1,000 times more than the Six Paths Holy Gate experts. How are they going to fight? Then what about the Life Soul Six races? Shan Xiang thought of Guanyin, but he had not checked on Guanying's elemental energy yet. He planned to see how much elemental energy this beautiful sister, Ying, had the next time he saw her. A few hundred Heavenly Dagger race people's elemental energy, it should be enough, right? Shan Xiang originally thought that it was enough, but when he thought of how many Heavenly Dagger race people there were, he thought that if he could gather more elemental energy to concoct pills, how far could he push his unawakened soul potential? He planned to use a lot of elemental energy to push his unawakened soul potential. Who knows, maybe it would be an extremely terrifying soul potential. Actually, I am not in a hurry to awaken my soul potential. I can continue to collect more elemental energy. Shen Xiang decided to take a path that no one had taken before. The Six Paths Holy Gate and the Life Soul Six races seemed to be conducting research on soul potential. To them, soul bestowment should be a new domain. Chapter 4357. Speaking of a big altar, Shin Xiang is slightly excited in his heart. But he thought about it. This time he is mainly here to save people, not to destroy the big altar. Big brother, ask about the size of the altar. Little sister Xiaojing is also excited because she has already obtained a small altar and knows how good these altars are. If she could get another big altar, wouldn't it be even better? Brother Yan, what's the situation with the big altar? How many people do you have? Shin Xiang asked. The big altar originally had 5,000 people guarding it. In other words, there are 10 small altars around the big altar. This is the garrison power. And inside the big altar, there are also people of the same level. Yan Qing said, not to mention the other small altar masters outside. Ah, the big altar is so big? Shin Xiang said in amazement. Some big altars even have over 100 small altar masters. Yan Qing sighed. So don't come over, you can't save me. Shan Xiang originally had some thoughts about the big altar, but now he thought about it and decided to forget about it. Wanting to destroy the big altar in one go is too difficult, unless he has enough heavenly jewels. Moreover, it seems like Yan Qing still doesn't understand the situation of the big altar where he is imprisoned. He only said the minimum garrison power. Brother Yan, I don't have any other skills, but I am very good at sneaking and fishing people. Shin Xiang said with smile. As long as you don't die, let me try. If it doesn't work, I won't take the risk and will directly leave. All right, but you must promise me that if the situation is not right, immediately run. Don't worry about me. As long as Laying Tan knows the situation, it will be fine. Yan Qing also knows that Shin Xiang is not simple. It's just that he doesn't know how powerful Shin Xiang is. All right, Shin Xiang replied. The Six Realms Mirrors is flying at full speed. Its speed is still very fast. Not long after, Shin Xiang saw a huge mountain-like altar from high up in the sky. This altar is over 10,000 feet tall, completely black, like a black stone mountain. There is no other shape. Near this big altar, there are 10 other small altars. Although they are also very big, compared to the big altar, they are very small. Is this the power of a large altar? Shan Xiang was secretly shocked. He had not seen these things on his way to the south. Logically speaking, with so many people in Tianwu, it should be easy for him to see these huge altars. Brother Yan, do you have many of these altars? Shan Xiang contacted Yan Qing through the message talisman. That's because they usually hide themselves. They are releasing the altars in order to take over the territory. Yan Qing replied, Really? I have never seen such an altar on my way to the south. Shen Xiang also wanted to devour these altars, but his current strength did not allow him to do so. You'll see him often in the future. Yan Qing sighed. Since they have released the altar, it means that they have approved of this land and want to stay here permanently. Shen Xiang did not say anything. In any case, what he was going to do next was to chase away these heavenly horsemen. After conversing with Yan Qing, Shen Xiang found out that he was imprisoned in the big altar. As for the exact location, Yan Qing himself did not know. Yan Qing had just been tortured and interrogated. Now he is imprisoned in a small black room. The message talisman could be stored in his soul space, so it was not taken away. When Shen Xiang found out that Yan Qing was able to cultivate his soul space, he felt very astonished, because this was what he was going to cultivate next. However, Yan Qing also said that his soul space was very small and could only store very small things. Moreover, he was unable to store spatial storage magic tools. Although Yan Qing did not know where he was, Shen Xiang could find him through his message talisman. The guards of the big altar were not very strict because they believed that in this place there was nothing that could make them vigilant unless it was the heavenly horsemen fighting. Come over. Therefore, Shen Xiang easily sneaked into the big altar. After concealing himself, they walked freely inside and no one discovered him. Although the big altar was very big, there were not many people inside. As long as they could enter, there would not be any other vigilance inside. Only Shen Xiang could sneak in. If other people were also invisible, they would definitely be sensed by various array formations. Shen Xiang was able to avoid perception because the 6 realms mirrors helped him block it. Not long after, Shen Xiang found the small black room where Yan Qing was. When he saw Yan Qing, Shen Xiang almost could not recognize him. He no longer has a human form and looks like a pile of rotten meat curled up in a corner. Chapter 40, 358. Shen Xiang was now worried that the 6 realms mirrors would not be able to swallow this energy crystal. After all, that kind of energy was too strange. He was afraid that it would destroy the 6 realms mirrors. It's indeed very good, but I don't know if the 6 realms mirrors can be taken away successfully. Little sister Xiao Jing sighed. If not, then it would be a pity. If I can't take it away, I can only destroy it. Shen Xiang looked at the energy crystal. The energy crystal was not very big, only the size of a water jar. It was not round but oval in shape. Its surface was bumpy and emitted a white light. The surface of the crystal seemed to be red, but it was emitting a white glow. This kind of light was extremely fatal. The monkey from before had undergone a rapid mutation after being illuminated by it. What would happen if he crushed that crystal into powder and ate it directly? Just being illuminated by the light would cause it to explode. What would happen if he ate it? Shen Xiang was thinking about this question. Was it because his body was not strong enough, so he couldn't withstand the mutation? If he could control the power of the mutation and guide it well, wouldn't he be able to quickly become stronger? Could this be the secret to creating the Tianwu man or the Tianwu orcs? Shen Xiang felt that this energy crystal definitely had a great background. Shen Xiang enlarged the 6 realms mirrors and then used the method of devouring the dragon egg to devour the energy crystal. However, the 6 realms mirrors was actually unable to absorb the energy crystal. As expected, Shen Xiang frowned. If I really can't take it away, it would be such a pity. This was a large altar, and it seemed that only large altars had such a thing. Shen Xiang had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, who knew when he would have such an opportunity next time? There must be a way. Shen Xiang circled around the energy crystal and said, "Little sister mirror, I'll go touch it and take a look. If anything happens, you have to save me." "Good. Be careful." Little sister Xiao Jing warned. Shen Xiang immediately reached out to touch it. Just as he touched it, he felt an intense pain in his arm. A strange energy surged into his arm and then wreaked havoc inside his arm. He immediately felt that his body was rejecting the energy and resisting it, which was why his arm was in so much pain. After a short period of intense pain, the energy that entered his arm was also repelled. Xinxiang also saw that there was a red electric light that returned from his arm to the energy crystal. This energy would not disappear. It would return to its original form. Big brother, what happened just now? Xiao Jing asked. You seem to be in a lot of pain. Xinxiang explained his situation. After little sister Xiao Jing finished listening, she said, in that case, it's this energy crystal that's resisting the 6 realms mirrors. Why do you say that? Xinxiang asked. The energy crystal is very strong, and we are too weak, so it can resist us. Xiao Jing said, it's just that this energy crystal can't control you with its own energy, so it can't do anything to you. In other words, all I have to do is to make this energy crystal yield? Xinxiang thought for a while and muttered to himself. How do I make this energy crystal yield? Forceful methods definitely won't work. Little sister Xiao Jing said, this guy definitely has his own consciousness and should be able to resist. If coercion doesn't work, then I can only lure him. Xinxiang laughed. The energy crystal should have been sealed a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't be shining here so obediently. Little sister Xiao Jing said, but I don't see any seals. Xinxiang raised his head and looked at the top of the energy crystal, as well as the ground. There was indeed no seal. Could it be inside? Xinxiang said in surprise. What kind of seal can enter the interior of this energy crystal? This kind of sealing technique is too powerful. Quick, check it out. Little sister Xiao Jing said, I can't see it, but I should be able to. Chapter 40, 359. Just as Xinxiang was feeling curious about the contents of the box, he suddenly saw an image appear on the surface of the energy crystal. After the image appeared, someone carried the box into a secret chamber. After entering the secret chamber, the person opened the box and soaked the pills in the shiny silver mucus. Finally, he took out the pills and fed them to ordinary beasts. After a horse ate the pill, its body swelled and doubled in size. Then it stopped. Furthermore, the horse was originally white, but it gradually turned black. So it can make beasts stronger quickly. Just as Xinxiang came to a conclusion, the following content of the image left him dumbfounded. The horse's stomach was suddenly cut open, and a pony fell out. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a real horse, but a centaur. It was originally a horse's head and neck, but now it was a human body with 2 arms and a human upper body. Xinxiang immediately thought of something. Tianwu orcs. Could it be that the Tianwu orcs were created like this? Could it be that this group of Tianwu orcs are also creating Tianwu orcs? Xinxiang was alarmed. Aren't the Tianwu orcs created by the 6 clans of Life Soul? Xinxiang did not get an answer. The energy crystal did not answer him. However, it showed him another image. Xinxiang could see a huge oval object in the image. It was black, and there were a large number of light dots and light inside. The large number of light dots connected to form glowing threads. After this oval-shaped thing gradually enlarged, Xinxiang quickly saw that those spots of light were all huge stars emitting a strong light. After that, when they gathered together, they looked like silk threads from afar. Xinxiang immediately understood that this oval object was a huge universe with a large number of stars inside. At that moment, a huge red crystal appeared in the image. It emitted a white light like a white sun as it floated in the universe. Behind it, 6 groups of people appeared. There were many of them, and they were densely packed as they constantly attacked the huge white ball of light from afar. It's the 6 clans of Life Soul. Xinxiang immediately understood that the energy crystal he was in was part of the giant light ball that was being attacked. In the end, the white ball of light was shattered and then exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. The 6 groups of people each went to collect the fragments. After collecting them, they left. The space of that universe gradually collapsed. Then the energy of the entire universe flowed outwards. No one knew where it flowed to. Could it be that this energy crystal is really the life soul crystal of a universe? And it was very special, so that universe was destroyed just like that? Xinxiang shuddered. This was because when he was in the world-defying world, the great life soul had also been targeted by the 6 clans of life soul. Thankfully, the spatial barrier of world-defying was very strong. The people of the 6 races of life soul could not pass through the barrier on a large scale, nor could they do anything to the great life soul. Big brother, there might be someone among the Tian-Ho Beastmen creating the Tian-Ho Beastmen. Didn't Yanqing say it before? There were a lot of Tianwu Beastmen, and it was said that their reproductive ability was very strong. From the looks of it, it is very likely that Tian-Ho is secretly creating Tian-Ho Beastmen. Xiao Jing said, "Why would they do that? There are 2 camps in the Tian-Ho race. Are these 2 camps doing this at the same time, or is it only one camp?" The altar that Xinxiang was at now was on the side of the Tian-Ho Fire King. The people of the Tian-Ho Fire King were very fierce, completely different from Yanqing's faction. In other words, the reason why the Flame Mansion created the Tian-Ho Beastmen is very likely to be to fight against Yanqing's faction. Xiao Jing said, "It seems that the internal struggle of the Tian-Ho universe is very complicated. The 6 clans of Life Soul are involved. The 6 clans of Life Soul are really despicable." Xinxiang once again saw the methods of the 6 clans of Life Soul. In this way, the Tian-Ho race can't unite. They can't fight against the 6 clans of Life Soul. Xiao Jing said, "Big brother, if you fight against the 6 clans of Life Soul, you must be careful of these Tian-Ho people." "I know." Xinxiang nodded and said, "The Tian-Ho Beastmen should be in a similar situation." At this time, Xinxiang was also sent out by the energy crystal. The images that he saw inside should have been recorded by the energy crystal a long time ago. He did not know how it did it. Xinxiang came outside and continued to use his consciousness to break the seal of the energy crystal. Why doesn't it let me break the barrier inside? Xinxiang was very puzzled, because it should be more convenient to do it in the space inside the energy crystal. Because after the barrier is broken, who knows what will happen? Big brother, after the seal inside the energy crystal is broken, there will definitely be a lot of movement. You won't be safe inside. Xiao Jing said. Chapter 4360. Xinxiang had already run far away, and those Tianwu people did not even know that he was the one who took it. Xinxiang, who is on top of the 6 realms mirrors, is a little worried, because Yanqing might become the main suspect. If Yanqing knew that the altar's energy crystal was missing, he would also suspect Xinxiang. In order to take away the energy crystal, Xinxiang took 4 days to destroy the internal seal. Yanqing is resting and healing inside the 6 realms mirrors and has already woken up. Brother Yan, how are you feeling now? Are you better? Xinxiang laughed. Are the friends of the Scarlet Dragon race treating you well? These few days, it was the Scarlet Dragon race who took care of Yanqing. They are very good to me. Brother Xin, how is your current situation? Are you out of danger? You haven't talked to me much these past few days. Are you in danger? Yanqing is very worried about this. Yanqing was already very shocked that Xinxiang was able to enter the altar, but Xinxiang was actually able to take him away. I just got rid of those troubles. I'm fine now. Xinxiang asked. Brother Yan, were you tortured by them? Why did they torture you? They wanted to ask me which altar I came from, but I didn't tell them, Yanqing said. Furthermore, I deliberately guided them so that they wouldn't suspect the Thunder King mansion. That's right. Under what circumstances would such a huge altar shake violently, or even collapse? Xinxiang asked. Ah, what's wrong with that altar? Yanqing is very shocked and said, That altar is a big altar. Could it be that it collapsed from the vibration? Yeah? What's wrong? Seeing Yan Qing's reaction, Shen Xiang knew that he definitely understood. If there really is a vibration and it collapses, then it means that the big altar has been completely destroyed. The connection between the altar and the altar has been terminated. Yan Qing swallowed his saliva and said with a face full of disbelief, "Why would such a thing happen? It has been many years since a big altar has been terminated. I just came to the world-defying stage universe, and it actually happened. Is it that difficult to end a big altar?" Shen Xiang realized that he had done something incredible. Yes, even a king-class expert would find it difficult to destroy a great altar in a short time. Yan Qing said solemnly, "From what I've read in the records, most of the time, it takes a few kings to work together to destroy the great altar." "How many kings can do that?" "Then the great sacrificial altar that imprisoned you before seems to have been destroyed. Could it be that several kings made their move at the same time?" Shen Xiang asked. "This is impossible. Even a few kings wouldn't be able to do it in a short period of time. They would need to engage in an intense battle." Yan Qing shook his head and said, "The only ones who can do it are the 3 emperors. However, it is impossible for the 3 emperors to make a move, right? Didn't you say before that one of the 3 emperors did not develop his own power? Furthermore, his whereabouts were erratic, and he might have come to the world-defying stage universe early on. Do you think it could be this guy?" Shen Xiang said, "I don't know. I can only wait for the follow-up news." Yan Qing said, "After I go back, I will continue to inquire about the news. There will definitely be various explanations for such a major event." Shen Xiang was a little worried that the group of people would suspect that Yan Qing had taken the energy crystal. Now, it seemed that Yan Qing did not have the qualifications to be suspected. The only ones who had the qualifications to be suspected were the 3 emperors. "Oh, right, Brother Yan. What was that altar life spirit you mentioned earlier?" Shen Xiang asked. "It sounds like something very important to the great altar." "It's something very important to the great altar. Only the great altar has an altar life spirit. This is the main source of energy for the altar." Yan Qing said, "This altar life spirit can release a very mysterious energy. That kind of energy can maintain the operation of the altar. The small altars surrounding the great altar all need to absorb that kind of energy. Quantity. Have you seen an altar life spirit before?" Shen Xiang asked. He wanted to quickly understand what the energy crystal was used for. "I've never seen it. I don't even know what it's like. I only know that it's very important to the great altar." Yan Qing shook his head. From the looks of it, the altar life spirit was indeed a secret. Those who dared to barge in were definitely dead. Although there was no one guarding it, the light emitted from the energy crystal was enough to kill. "Then, have you heard of the legend of the altar life spirit?" Shen Xiang asked again. "The altar needs to be sacrificed. Those who failed the assessment or children would be sent to the altar to be sacrificed. After that, no one has seen those people since they went to another space." Yan Qing said, "It's said that the altar life spirit has the ability to open a space door and send them away." Shen Xiang also thought so previously, but now that he thought about it, he believed that no one had been sent away. Instead, it was those weak people who did not pass the assessment who had been transformed by the altar life spirit into something else. Shen Xiang shuddered at the thought of it. Inside the great altar, there must be many people who had been transformed by the altar life spirit. These people might be the secret strength of the heavenly roar race. Chapter 4361. Yan Qing continued to rest, while Shen Xiang looked at the situation of the world-defying God Furnace. Previously, the world-defying God Furnace had absorbed the little life soul of the heavenly nightmare and fused with it until now, causing Shen Xiang to be unable to carry out many of his research and attempts. Now that the world-defying God Furnace had finally merged successfully, he could verify all of his previous theories. Although the six realms mirrors was flying high up in the sky, Xinxiang still looked around before taking out the world-defying God furnace. However, when he took out the world-defying God furnace, he felt that this divine furnace was very different from before. This is bad. Little sister Xiao Jing anxiously shouted, "Big brother, the divine furnace is releasing a very strong and strange energy fluctuation." Without waiting for Xinxiang to react, little sister Xiao Jing immediately kept the world-defying God furnace inside the divine mirror and sped up to leave. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xinxiang could indeed feel that the world-defying God furnace had changed a lot. It looked like nothing had changed on the surface. It was still the same as before. It looked like a very ordinary pill furnace, but there was a huge difference inside. Xinxiang did not feel that strange spatial fluctuation, but after hearing what little sister Xiaojing said, he could guess that it was the fluctuation of the little life soul. The world-defying God furnace was originally a small life soul, and after devouring the little life soul of the heavenly nightmare, the two fused together. It was not an ordinary life soul, so it would naturally have a very strong and strange fluctuation. I wonder if it will attract the attention of the heavenly nightmare people. Xinxiang was a little worried about this and kept looking around. "Big brother, the divine furnace is the little life soul of the world-defying universe, and the little life soul of the heavenly nightmare universe is not weak to begin with. When these two fuse together, it must be a very strong life soul, so it is normal for it to produce fluctuations." Little sister Xiaojing said, "We need to control the divine furnace now. We can't let the divine furnace go out of control. Indeed, I was careless. The current world-defying God furnace is not the one from before. I need to familiarize myself with it again." Xinxiang nodded. When the world-defying God furnace absorbed the little life soul of the heavenly nightmare, it would become stronger, and there would also be new changes. Xinxiang was indeed careless about this. "Sister Jing, help me take a look at the changes in the divine furnace." Xinxiang said, "Previously, when the world-defying God furnace was used to refine things, its quality would increase by a lot. Combined with Xinxiang's heavenly alchemy, it could easily refine anything into pills or energy crystals. Refining things inside the world-defying God furnace was something that countered each other, and it could also facilitate the easy fusion. Now that he had devoured the heavenly nightmare life soul, his abilities in this aspect would definitely improve greatly. Big brother, I don't think I can use the world-defying God furnace. This guy seems to only be able to operate through the heavenly alchemy." Little sister Xiaojing said, "And it can only be your heavenly alchemy." The heavenly alchemy that Xinxiang had grasped had already reached a very profound level. According to little sister Xiaojing's understanding, Xinxiang had already turned the heavenly alchemy into a law and merged it into his own soul. Therefore, when he went to refine all sorts of things, he would always be able to naturally and unintentionally use the heavenly alchemy to a godly level. "Then let me try and see if I can control the world-defying God furnace in the 6 realms mirrors from the outside." Xinxiang said, "Little sister Jing, just help me put the things inside. I'm going to refine the Saint King Yuandan now." Stepping into the Saint King realm, Chunxiang had easily refined it before, and this kind of pill was still very useful. Little sister Xiaojing placed the required materials into the world-defying God furnace, and then Xinxiang controlled the operation of the world-defying God furnace. Sure enough, it was easy to operate. What a strange feeling. Although Xinxiang did not come into contact with the world-defying God furnace and only remotely controlled the divine furnace inside the 6 realms mirrors, he could still feel a very clear feedback. "What kind of feeling?" Little sister Xiaojing said, "Has the power of the heavenly nightmare life soul appeared?" The world-defying God furnace had devoured the heavenly nightmare life soul, so little sister Xiaojing really wanted to know what kind of benefits the heavenly nightmare life soul would bring to the divine furnace. Wait and see. Xinxiang said, "The power of the heavenly nightmare. What kind of power is it exactly?" The power of the heavenly nightmare that Xinxiang had come into contact with before could be used to strengthen the soul, or it could be used to strengthen the soul. The power of the heavenly nightmare could have a very special effect on the soul. So what kind of improvement would the heavenly nightmare life, soul, bring to the divine furnace? The speed of condensing the pill is much faster. Xinxiang frowned. The quality doesn't seem to have increased much, and the number of condensed pills hasn't increased much either. Chapter 4362. Not long ago, Xinxiang did not have any expectations for the world-defying God furnace's improvement. But now, the surprise that the world-defying God furnace gave him was simply too great. I feel that I've improved. Although it's only a little, it's equivalent to me cultivating for many years. Little sister Xiao Jing was very happy as she jumped up and down. Little sister Jing, do you have any other discoveries? Xinxiang asked. Could it be that there are other aspects? Little sister Xiao Jing frowned slightly, and then went to recall the feeling just now. After a while, she shook her head with a blank expression. Big brother, I don't feel anything else. Did you find anything? This kind of pill spirit can increase the elemental power, Xinxiang said. I feel that my elemental power increased a little just now. What exactly was going on with the elemental power? What kind of method is it to raise it? Little sister Xiao Jing asked anxiously, because she did not understand. Actually, many people did not know about their own elemental power. Xinxiang had asked Yan Qing before if he knew about the elemental power, and he had also told Yan Qing about the difference between the elemental power of the lower clansmen, the upper clansmen, and the royal clansmen. Yan Qing was dumbfounded when he heard this. He really did not know about the existence of elemental power. Little sister Xiaojing had often heard Xinxiang talk about it before, and had also seen Xinxiang extract other people's elemental power, but she had never felt that she had elemental power. Because she was special, Xinxiang could not see how her elemental power was. Elemental power. It can be understood as a pool, so let's call it the elemental power pool. The amount of elemental power one can have depends on the size of the pool. And according to my observations, most of the elemental power pools of the lower clansmen are about the size of a water jar. It seems to be born this big. It can be improved in the later stages, but it should take a very long time. Xinxiang said, Then how big is the elemental power pool of the upper clansmen? Little sister Xiaojing said, the elemental energy pool of the upper clansmen is about 30 to 50 times bigger than the lower clansmen. Xinxiang said, and the elemental energy pool of the royal clansmen is 10 times bigger than the upper clansmen. Big brother, you mean to say that the pills refined by the world-defying God furnace can directly increase the elemental energy pool? Little Mirror said in surprise. Doesn't that mean that it can make the elemental energy pool infinitely large? Yes. Xinxiang nodded and said, I still don't know what kind of improvement it will bring to the living beings after the elemental energy pool is enlarged. Brother, how big is your elemental energy pool now? How does he compare to Tianhou? Xiao Jing's sister asked. I am now at the level of the Tianwu clan. Xinxiang said, I haven't reached the level of the royal family yet. My guess is that the elemental energy pools of the heavenly nightmare royal family are also very different. Xinxiang took out another St. King Yuan Dan and swallowed it, confirming that it could really increase his origin power pool. But I can't feel my elemental energy pool right now. Or is it because I don't have a soul? Little Mirror's words reminded Xinxiang. The reason why Xinxiang was able to feel the elemental energy was also because of the soul. He had opened up the sea of consciousness of the soul. And Shanjini also seemed to be able to sense a trace of elemental energy after she had the sea of consciousness of the soul. Yes, soul. Xinxiang nodded and said, Little sister Jing, you don't have a soul, so you can't sense your own elemental energy right now. Then what kind of benefits do I get from having more elemental energy? Little sister Xiao Jing also wanted to know what kind of benefits she would get after her elemental energy pool increased in size. According to my guess, it should be a higher innate talent. Xinxiang said, Little sister Jing, you should be very clear about the thing called innate talent, right? It determines a person's upper limit. Some people are born with certain talents, which is very common. Is this the influence of the elemental energy? Little sister Xiao Jing said, I'm not a human. I'm just an artifact soul. What benefits would there be if my elemental energy were to increase? If you have a soul in the future, then your elemental energy pool will become larger, and your soul will become stronger. Xinxiang laughed. My talent in many aspects is not bad, but if I increase my elemental energy pool, it will allow me to use my soul even more deeply. Hee, big brother, if you use the world-defying God furnace to refine the elemental energy that you devoured, wouldn't that mean that you can improve even more? Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. I wonder what will happen to your awakened soul in the end. Little sister Jing, I suddenly have an idea. It's to put my 2 unawakened soul into the world-defying God furnace, and then put in a variety of elemental energy to refine them together. Using this method to refine the soul, I wonder if I can awaken it. Xinxiang realized that the world-defying God furnace could bring about a huge improvement to the soul, which would help him create the soul. I'm really looking forward to it. Little sister Xiao Jing suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, Big brother, then can you extract your own elemental energy? And then eat pills to replenish your elemental energy? The pills refined by the world-defying God furnace all have a pill spirit. After eating them, they can indeed quickly recover their elemental energy and then slightly expand their elemental energy pool. Xinxiang nodded. I don't need to extract other people's elemental energy. I can just extract my own and then replenish it. Chapter 4363. Xinxiang could not take out the world-defying God furnace yet, because the moment he took it out, the divine furnace would release a very strong fluctuation. Tianwu and Tianwu, orcs, might be able to sense it. Big brother, do you know why that altar life spirit crystal did not cause you to mutate when it shone on you? Little Mirror answered her own question. I think it's because you're very special. I'm special? How is it special? Although my physical body is very strong, it's not so strong that it's invincible, right? Xinxiang frowned. I also want to know why I won't mutate. The altar life spirit crystal showed you many images in hopes that you could understand more. This is mainly because it knows that you created the world-defying universe. It should have sensed that your soul is very special. Little Mirror said, If I'm not wrong, that life spirit crystal should be able to control the direction of the mutation. Wait, does that mean that the altar life spirit crystal has a consciousness? Xinxiang hurriedly said, If that's really the case, then it should be the consciousness of a large life spirit. The altar life spirit crystal itself originated from a fragment of a large life spirit crystal. Xinxiang had previously come into contact with the world-defying universe's great life spirit and had even talked to it, so the great life spirit definitely had its own consciousness. That's right. That's why the life spirit crystal was so gentle when facing you. Little Mirror said, From the looks of it, I should be able to communicate with the life spirit crystal. Xinxiang could not try it yet because he needed to be in close contact with the world-defying God furnace. After flying for half a day, the 6 realms mirrors finally arrived at the south. On the way this time, he also saw many altars of various sizes, especially those large altars. They were all of various shapes and sizes and were all especially large, grand, and shocking. He did not know if there were life spirit crystals inside those large altars. Furthermore, he had Demon Shadow's divine soul investigate those large altars and discovered that they were all heavily guarded. This meant that the news of the altar's life, spirit, crystal being stolen had already spread to the outside world. All the altars had begun to take precautions. After arriving at the south, Yan Qing's injuries were more or less healed. After Xinxiang put him down, he took out an instrument and began probing. "Brother Yan, don't you need a shuttle?" Xinxiang asked. "Flying shuttles require a large amount of heavenly source crystals. I don't have many heavenly origin crystals, so I can only travel by land," Yan Qing said. Although he knows that Xinxiang has a flying magic tool, he also knows that it requires a lot of energy. "Have you found the Thunder Shadow altar?" Xinxiang also wanted to see the Thunder Shadow altar. "Found it. It's here." Yan Qing pointed and said, "Brother Xin, I'm sorry. The Thunder Shadow media is mainly in charge of gathering intelligence. They have to be very secretive." Yan Qing could see that Xinxiang wanted to go to the Thunder Shadow altar, so he was a little embarrassed. After all, Xinxiang saved him, and he also asked Xinxiang to help him convey his last words to the Thunder Shadow altar. Now that he was almost there, he could only leave Xinxiang aside. "It's okay, I understand." Xinxiang patted Yan Qing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Yan, then can you recommend a large altar that I can go to?" "Let me think." Yan Qing thought. "In the Fire Palace, the altar that is more tolerant is the Thunder Moon altar. The Thunder Moon altar leader is the eldest daughter of the Thunder King. She is a very good person." "She is a woman?" Xinxiang's eyes lit up. He seemed to have never seen a woman from the Thunder King. "And I heard that she is very easy to talk to." Yan Qing nodded. "Oh, right, Yan Qing. I remember that you have a second body. Where did it go?" Xinxiang asked. "When you were caught, why didn't you use it?" "I can't use it. If I use my second body, it will expose my identity as a member of the Thunder Shadow altar. And even if I use my second body, it will be useless." Yan Qing shook his head and said, "How do I get to the Thunder Moon altar?" Xinxiang looked around and said, "This place is so big. How can I find the Thunder Moon altar?" "This. I'll give it to you." Yan Qing handed a compass to Xinxiang and said, "There is a crescent moon symbol on it. That is the location of the Thunder Moon altar. You don't have this thing. Can you find the Thunder Shadow altar?" Xinxiang was a little worried and said, "I can't take the thing that you brought back." "It's okay, I can find it." Yan Qing said with a smile, "We are spies. We need to have the ability to find altars." "All right, thank you." Xinxiang cupped his hands and said, "Brother Xin, be careful on the road. If you have anything you don't understand, you can use the communication talisman to ask me." Yan Qing said, "Don't worry, the Thunder King Palace's Thunder King Palace is very tolerant, I can promise you. As long as they are as easy to talk to as you." Xinxiang nodded and said with a smile, "Goodbye." Yan Qing said and immediately left.